Dodger Stadium. Tonight's National League Championship Series coverage on TBS is presented by Budweiser. It's a rematch of the 2008 NLCS and the Dodgers' own home field advantage as Joe Torre's club tries to dethrone the defending world champion Phillies in Game 1 of our best-of-7 series tonight. And hello again, everybody, with Buck Martinez and Ron Darling. Great to have you here at Dodger Stadium, where it is, as Yogi Berra would say, deja vu all over again. Phillies and Dodgers, Ronnie, meeting for the second straight year in this NLCS. And Charlie Manuel's ball club took care of the Colorado Rockies in round one. They have a great offense, and right now Ryan Howard is red hot and ready to go.
Well, content to be really the quiet big fella for most of his career, he puts up these astronomical numbers. 45 home runs, 141 RBIs. Sometimes, though, he's overshadowed by his flashier teammates, Rollins and Utley. But in the last game, in the division clincher against the Colorado Rockies, he came in the dugout in the ninth inning. He said, guys, just get me up to the plate. Well, they got him up to the plate, and he got the game-tying hit. He also scored the winning run. And now Howard, in the postseason, showing a little swagger.
Don't tell the Dodgers that the Philadelphia Phillies own all of that swagger, Buck Martinez. They took care of the St. Louis Cardinals in round one. And last year's ball club for Joe Torre, really the discussion began and ended offensively with what Manny Ramirez did or didn't do. Here in 2009, there are a whole lot more stars than just Manny Ramirez playing out in Mannywood.
Well, there sure are, Chip. When you look at this ball club, there are some young stars that have emerged. This year, the Dodgers won 51 games without Manny playing or getting a hit. Two stars that have really emerged are Andre Ethier, the right fielder, and Matt Kemp. Ethier really came through establishing career highs in home runs and RBIs. He led the majors with 6 walk-off hits, and 2 of those came in this ballpark against the Philadelphia Phillies. Matt Kemp is truly a 5-tool player. Great defender, great outfielder, strong arm, and he established career highs in home runs and RBIs as well. This team now knows they don't have to wait around for Manny Ramirez to get a big hit to win a series.
And what a treat as far as our pitching matchup for Game 1 is concerned. Cole Hamels will pitch for the Phillies. Clayton Kershaw will pitch for the Dodgers. And as they say around these parts, pull up a chair. It's the Phillies and the Dodgers. Game 1 coming up next. Rainy weather here the last 48 hours, but that's given way to absolutely perfect baseball weather. 78 degrees. Winds calm, forecast clear for game one of this National League Championship Series between the Phillies and the homestanding Dodgers. Here's how Charlie Manuel's Phillies line up tonight. The lineup's brought to you by Budweiser. Jimmy Rollins will lead things off. He's at shortstop. Shane Victorino bats second. In center field, Chase Utley hits third. Ryan Howard, red hot, is the Phillies cleanup man. Jason Worth in right. Raul Ibanez in left field hits sixth. Pedro Feliz over at third base bats seventh. Carlos Ruiz behind the plate. And Cole Hamels will pitch and bat ninth. Fourth member of our broadcast crew tonight is Craig Sager. Good evening, Craig.
Well, thanks, Chip. Jimmy Rollins is not your prototype leadoff batter. He usually goes up there swinging at the first pitch he can hit. In fact, he has 5 leadoff home runs this year, extending his club record to 33. But he told me yesterday and reassured me just a moment ago here in the on-deck circle that his plan is to go up there and take pitches, work the count, make Kershaw throw strikes. He says Kershaw had 91 walks this year, third most in the National League. His perfect start would be to draw a walk and steal second. That's the game plan. However, Phillies batting coach Bill Thompson told me, I'm not quite sure Jimmy Rollins has the patience to execute it. Chip?
Well, Greg makes a great point because Jimmy Rollins has 3 postseason home runs. That's the most in the major leagues, and he hit one in Game 5 against Chad Billingsley last year in the clinching game in the division in the championship series.
So what do you look for against Clayton Kershaw if you're the Phillies tonight, Ron Darling? He had a very, very good year as far as that ERA is concerned.
Well, he might have got this game 1 start because on Saturday, the final Saturday of the regular season against the Colorado Rockies, when it looked like the Los Angeles Dodgers might lose that division, he struck out 10 batters in 6 innings, the first 5 of the game.
And he punctuated that by striking out the first 5 batters he faced. Overpowering fastball, knee-buckling curveball, and Joe Torre elected to go with the talent over experience. He loves the way Clayton Kershaw has his feet on the ground.
So we'll see if Jimmy Rollins is patient for the Phillies in the first inning tonight. Kershaw for the Dodgers in game 1. And right down central for a called strike. Popped up the second pitch. Foul ground. Russell Martin gives chase. And a basket catch for out number 1. Not much patience. 2 pitches and Rollins retired.
Well, Kershaw will cause you to swing because he's going to throw a lot of strikes. Russell Martin going right to the warning track. Obviously, this is his home ballpark. He knows he's got plenty of room over there. Big out. Start the game. Get Jimmy Rollins back in the dugout.
You know, one of the older ballparks, which Dodger Stadium has become, plenty of room behind the catcher, things you don't see in the newer ballparks today.
But just think how much foul ground there used to be here before this beautiful baseball facility underwent one of its many renovations, with all those high-priced seats right behind home plate. Much friendlier hitter's place is Dodger Stadium as Victorino takes a called strike. Victorino had a marvelous series against Colorado, 6 for 17 against the Rockies. Broken bat, liner, and passed for call. A 1-out single for Shane Victorino.
Now, behind Kershaw, the Dodgers play great defense, committing just 83 errors. Manny Ramirez in left field has a lot more ground to cover here at Dodger Stadium than he did at Fenway Park. Matt Kemp, a terrific outfield with a strong arm. Andre Ethier, a very good thrower. Blaken for call on the left side. Ronnie Belliard's been terrific since he's moved here to the Dodgers. James Loney, a very good glove man, and the Gold Glover behind the plate is Russell Martin.
And so the question now is, with Rollins retired and a very speedy Shane Victorino at first, what do the Phillies do offensively with Utley in the batter's box here in this top of the first inning?
Well, they're not going to change anything against Clayton Kershaw. They're going to think hit first. And Chase Utley has a good idea about Clayton Kershaw. They saw him early in the season. I asked Utley about him. He says he's pretty firm with his fastball, and he's got a pretty good breaking ball.
Victorino's got a very big lead over at first. He stole 25 bags this year for the Phillies. They have the second highest National League base stealing total this year. So it's not just thunder for Charlie Manuel's ball club.
This is truly a well-balanced offense, and obviously speed is a very important factor. Charlie Manuel has so many different offensive weapons up and down the order. 119 steals for the Phillies, second to the Mets this year in the National League.
Fly ball, well hit center field. Kept going back to the warning track. Has room. On an 0-2 pitch, Utley hit it to the middle of the warning track and straightaway center. 2 out.
Well, that's the kind of hitter that Utley is. It doesn't matter what the count is. He's not afraid to go deep in the count. 0-2 still put a good part of the bat on the ball. But really what we saw was the defense from Kemp early.
And you can see they made a mistake. They were trying to elevate that fastball and let Utley get to the ball down out over the plate. And he would love to have another whack at that pitch.
So Kershaw has Victorino at first with 2 outs now, and Ryan Howard coming up for the Phillies. Another mammoth season in the regular season for Howard. 45 home runs, 141 runs batted in. And they've got Victorino picked off. Victorino falls down and is tagged out. Kershaw picked off 7 men in the regular season. He picks off Victorino. Mr. Walkoff, Andre Ethier bats second. He'll play right. Manny Ramirez, the number 3 man, with Matt Kemp hitting fourth in center field. Casey Blake is at third. James Loney hits sixth at first base. And the lower third for the Dodgers, Belliard, Russell Martin, and Clayton Kershaw to face left-hander Cole Hamels. First pitch line down the right field line by for call. Worth gives chase, and he will not have a play. Strike one for Cole Hamels, who was so brilliant in last year's postseason run for Philadelphia.
Well, Charlie Manuel was trying to describe his season this year. He said it was just kind of strange and weird. It seemed like every time he'd go 4 or 5 innings, and he'd put up a crooked number in the 6th or 7th. But he started the season with a lot of injuries, and that was part of the problem.
Fastball changeup, basically. He's going to try to see where the curveball is and use it if it's effective. He'll throw the change to both sides of the plate, something he didn't do until last year. And he's got a terrific comfort level against the Dodgers in this ballpark.
Quick strike to Rafael for call. And that ball hit a long way out toward left, but it's playable for Ibanez. And Raul makes the play for out number 1.
Well, it's interesting here, guys, that Victorino gets picked. As he gets in the rundown, he tries to run into James Loney. And as you see, finally tagged out. But that's a play that's interference, really, on Victorino. Should have been called out when he went out of the baseline.
Well, Sam Holbrook did a good job. And this is Victorino after the play, John, with Russell Martin. And if you don't think there's some emotion between these two ball clubs, it starts in the first inning.
Carry over from last year's NLCS between the Dodgers and the Phillies as Andre Ethier bats, and he's quickly behind. Strike one. Ethier 31 homers, 106 knocked in the regular season, and he too a brilliant first round performance against the Cardinals.
Inside fastball, and that's going to be an interesting area for Cole Hamels. He's got to throw enough strikes inside to make the Dodger hitters aware of that, and that will set up his changeup. That's the most potent combination for him.
Line drive into left field. That'll drop in front of Ibanez, and Ethier has the first Dodger hit here in game 1. Well, Ethier didn't hit lefties very well in the regular season, but a nice approach against Hamels here in the first.
194 against left-handers during the regular season, but you know what? All bets are off in the postseason. Both of these teams are terrific first-inning offenses. The Dodgers scored 121 first-inning runs, one more than the Phillies.
And I think that's what makes Ethier so dangerous, is that he can go coast to coast. Base hit to left field, also pull you for a home run.
And you know, Manny Ramirez would love to launch one here in the first inning and put the Dodgers up a pair in the first inning. Ramirez 19 homers, 63 RBIs in the regular season. Of course, the 50-game suspension cost him a lot of time. The Dodgers 29 and 21 without him in the middle of this 2009 season. And he's a little late with strike one.
Well, Manny Ramirez has always done well in game ones of the postseason. A career .352 average with 6 home runs and 18 RBIs. He knows how to get his club off on the right foot.
And out of play. 0-2. Entering this NLCS, Manny Ramirez, 106 career postseason games. He's at 28 home runs. That's number 1 all time in postseason play. 76 RBIs. That's second to Bernie Williams. And what a difference Manny Ramirez makes for this kitty core that is this Dodger offense. Fisted to the right side. Ryan Howard will give chase and run out of room.
Manny's going to have to show the Phillies that he can hit that inside fastball. He's been late on it second half of the season, and he's been trying to get comfortable. Don Mattingly and Jeff Petlin, the 2 hitting coaches, have worked long and hard with Manny, throwing him soft toss, hitting him off the tee. But he's not been comfortable, and he's not using his hands to get to that inside pitch.
And he came out of the gate hitting extremely well, served the 50-game suspension. He's been trying to catch up with the fastball ever since.
There's Don Mattingly looking on as Ramirez in an 0-2 hole here in the bottom of the first inning. Again, they pitch him inside and miss time.
just trying to get comfortable. He hasn't had that comfort level, and Charlie Manuel knows Manny Ramirez as well as anybody. They were together in Cleveland when Manny first came up.
Well, he's probably gone over the tapes of Manny hitting the last month and a half. Formulated game plan for Carlos Ruiz and Hamels.
Short lead at first by Andre Ethier with one out. And driven down the right field line again. Worth gives chase. And again, can't get there. It's into the seats.
One thing Manny can't do is try to adjust his swing. If he targets the alley in right center, that's when he's at his best.
Well, we talked to Joe Torre before the game. He was saying Manny just really has been trying to get too big, try to hit in home runs. His key is always to hit line drives. If he hits line drives, they'll turn into home runs as they go.
Just stays alive. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Well, he mentioned that Cole Hamels pitched great out here early in the season. He threw a 5-hit shutout here on just 97 pitches, and he did it with 2 pitches. Fastball, changeup. I mean, he has such a good changeup. You can sit on it, you can look for it, and you still will be out in front of it.
Kind of ironic, you have Manny Ramirez trying to play catch-up in the second half of this 2009 season. Cole Hamels has been playing catch-up from the opening bell this spring. After his marvelous postseason last year, Hamels 10-11 in the regular season, and Ramirez a much better cut that time.
Well, think about it. Every Southern California kid's dream is to be on this mound here in Dodger Stadium, and Cole Hamels, who's from San Diego, has always pitched well here. 2-0 in 23 innings pitched, only 3 earned runs.
But with each passing pitch, you get the idea that Manny's getting a better look at Cole Hamels here in this first inning. And down swinging goes Manny Ramirez. A changeup from Cole Hamels. Runner at first, and now 2 out.
Now, just like the Dodgers, the Phillies have great defense in the outfield. A lot of speed in center field, and Shane Victorino. He's flanked by Raul Ibanez and Jason Wood. Feliz, a great third baseman with good hands. 2-time Gold Glover Jimmy Rollins at shortstop. Chase Utley and Ryan Howard. Carlos Ruiz, the backbone of this pitching staff, does a great job of calling game and building the confidence of his pitcher as the game unfolds.
So a man aboard with 2 outs for Matt Kemp, the Dodgers center fielder. He drove in 101 in the regular season.
This is where this young combination now doesn't have to worry about Manny striking out. It was Matt Kemp's first inning home run against Chris Carpenter that proved to themselves, hey, we can play with anybody.
Base hit left field by Kemp. 2 on, 2 out.
Well, just like Manny Ramirez had a hard time catching up to that fastball from Cole Hamels, maybe this younger hitter here doesn't have as hard a time of pulling that fastball that was down and in.
Gets that foot down. The hands are in terrific position right there, and he just barrels it up and drives it through the left side. Again, we talk about the confidence and the swagger of this young Dodger team. They know now that they can play with the big boys.
And they know they can score with 2 outs. Their last 9 runs scored in the division series came with 2 out. Casey Blake, the Dodger third baseman, takes ball 1.
You only can do that when you've got confidence in your ability. Manny Ramirez gave them that confidence last year in the second half of this series. Looked around the clubhouse and said, hey, you guys are pretty good. And then when they had 50 games without him, they found out themselves.
Hamels hits the outside corner to even the count.
I also think, guys, that when you're a club that doesn't panic and you always feel like the guy behind you is going to pick you up, when you make that second out, you go, you know what, I didn't get a hit there, but someone behind me will pick me up. They've done that a lot this year for the Dodgers.
Blake tried to check his swing and couldn't. Hamels has a good fastball tonight. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Popped up on the right side of the infield. Chase Utley is under it, and Cole Hamels gives up 2 hits and nothing else in the bottom of a scoreless first at Dodger Stadium. That's what Ryan Howard has been, as we told you earlier, for the Phillies. 45 homers, 141 driven in. But he was in the batter's box when Victorino was picked off to end the first inning for Philadelphia. So a new set of strikes for him against Clayton Kershaw tonight. And a good cut has him behind in the count.
Dodgers have done a terrific job pitching to Ryan Howard. You can see the defense on the infield. They play him to pull in the outfield straight away. So anything on the ground, they expect him to hit it to the pull side of the diamond. That's a mistake. They're trying to elevate the fastball. That's when they have the most success against Ryan Howard, trying to get that high fastball. He is a dead low ball hitter.
Especially low balling in.
There's that elevation, but too high. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Howard will strike out. He punched out 186 times in the regular season.
But you get those big Howard numbers.
That's it. Managers don't mind the strikeouts if you get numbers like that, do they? 1 ball, 2 strikes. It's swept off the plate. 2-2.
Now they talk about a curveball being Uncle Charlie. Clayton Kershaw's is Lord Charles. It's a big time over the top yellow hammer.
Count. it sounds almost sacrilegious to say it, but Joe Torre earlier this year, Don Sutton, a Hall of Fame pitcher in his own right, has said that Clayton Kershaw, guys, has Sandy Koufax kind of stuff.
Well, Joe Torre got the hit against Koufax. It's tough to put anybody in his class for sure.
Towering fly ball hit to left field. Manny Ramirez going back. Middle of the warning track has room. And Howard just missed 2 deep fly balls in the early innings in Los Angeles. And let's revisit that exciting 2008 National League Championship Series between the Dodgers and the Philadelphia Phillies.
A lot of emotion. Hiroki Kuroda threw one over Shane Victorino's head, and the Dodgers won the first 2 games. The Phillies came back and won game 3-7. Or the Dodgers came back and won game 3 7-2, but the Phillies won out, and Cole Hamels had the great run in the postseason.
He really did. It makes a lot of sense that Victorino was right in the middle of it again. And it really was the bullpen of the Philadelphia Phillies. Despite the 7 RBIs from Manny Ramirez in that series, they were still able to defeat the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Quick strike to Jason Worth, and quickly 0-2. Kershaw as well, guys, has everything working early.
Well, he's a different pitcher than he was in April or May. Really was. He came out and walked a lot of people early, but then he said, like, light switch just went off, and I just figured if I'm going to go down, I'm going to go down throwing strikes. He's done it ever since.
Well, he's got a couple of pitches that the Phillies didn't see early in the season. He's got a slider and a changeup. His bread and butter is the fastball and that curveball he's thrown to Jason Worth here, but he now has a slider that can get him back into account if he falls behind. Tough to hit.
1 ball, 2 strikes. And despite all those great numbers from Kershaw, didn't win a game for the Dodgers since July 18th in regular season play, despite an ERA of 2.52. Amazing. And Worth stays alive here in the top half of the second.
He missed a couple starts late in the season. He was out shagging during batting practice. Hit the wall in center field, left center field, and hurt his right shoulder. But Joe Torre said it might have been a blessing in disguise because it kept his innings down a little bit.
He threw 171 in the regular season and takes care of Jason Worth with a called strike 3.
Tough to pull the trigger on that fastball when you've seen 2 great curveballs for strikes, and this ball's right out over the middle of the plate, but it's at 93 and just locks up Worth.
Really starts you thinking about that curveball over and over, and then just has enough fastball to get it by you.
2 up, 2 down for Raul Ibanez. How about this signing by the Philadelphia Phillies? You talk about a deal that turned to gold. They gave a 3-year deal to a 37-year-old man, and Ibanez hit 34 home runs for them. Took over for Pat Burrell in left field. And before a groin injury that felled Ibanez for about a month, you could say that he was in the running for the MVP in the National League. Drove in 93 men, hit 272. And now looks high, 2 balls and a strike.
When the Phillies made the sign, everybody in Philadelphia said, why do we need another left-handed bat? We've got Jimmy Rollins as switch hitter, Victorino, we've got Utley and Howard. We didn't need a right-handed bat, but boy, did they fall in love with Raul Ibanez. He handles left-handers well. He hits the ball to the opposite field. He is a real pro, and he's not 37 because he didn't get a chance to play until late in his career.
Not a whole lot of miles on Raul Ibanez. 2-2, 2 out. Strike 3 over the inside corner. feed is available via SAP. Ron Darling, Buck Martinez, Craig Sager, Chip Carey with you from Los Angeles. Cole Hamels will face James Loney to start off the Dodgers second. Loney, another Dodger #1 pick. Looks at a called strike. #1 pick of the Dodgers back in 2002. Back-to-back 13 homer, 90 RBI years for him.
Pretty consistent player and a very good glove at first base.
They've had a few of those here in Los Angeles over at first base, haven't they?
They really have. James Loney, though, he's been such a great athlete. He could have been a pitcher in the major leagues. They didn't know which way to draft him.
I think they made the right choice.
Yes, they did.
Hamels misses down in, 2 balls and a strike. Driven deep right field. Worth will turn and admire it.
For James Loney against left-handed pitchers during the regular season, and he jumps on an inside fastball and puts the Dodgers out in front.
That was a low missile over the right field fence for a man, Buck, that hit just 1 homer at home all year in the regular season.
Pick your spots.
Wow. That was a rope. 1-0 Dodgers for Ron Belliard. That's over from Hamels. Belliard, one of 5 key acquisitions for the Dodgers down the stretch. Along with John Garland, George Sherrill, Jim Thome, and Vicente Padilla, Belliard played a very big role in helping Orlando Hudson out at second base over the season's final 2 months.
Now, Vicente Padilla was terrific down the stretch and clinched the division series with a 7-inning shutout performance against the Cardinals. But Ronnie Belliard gives Joe Torre another veteran bat.
And you see George Sherrill has really rounded out that bullpen. The left-hander has been awfully tough. Padilla, you talked about 7 shutout innings. Belliard's doing for the Dodgers what he did for the Cardinals in 06. Jim Thome gives him that Matt Stairs kind of batter.
That one hit to center field. Victorino goes back just shy of the track and hauls that in. Boy, the ball is jumping so far tonight. 1 out.
Really hasn't cooled off yet here, and the ball is flying.
Well, Victorino with that Gold Glove, one of the best center fielders in the National League. Has those short, choppy steps, but he's able to keep that head pretty still, and really makes this tough play look pretty easy.
1 in, 1 out for Russell Martin, the Dodger catcher. Martin's the starting catcher for Los Angeles, but in our conversations with Joe Torre, he said he's made great improvements with the addition of Brad Ausmus to this Los Angeles club. And a chopper to Feliz at third. He should have no trouble. And 2 men are out.
Talk about great defense all around the diamond in this ball game and in this series. Feliz, great hands at third base, very accurate thrower. And defense is going to play a part in this because we saw the pickoff by Kershaw in the first inning. There's going to be a lot of running. There's going to be first to third attempts, and defense is going to really be important.
Clayton Kershaw hits. He's got a lead of 1. And his jam and pops the ball out of play for a strike. With that in mind, the Dodgers no errors in their last 60 innings this year. That includes the division series. And that certainly helped Joe Torre's club hold off the surging Colorado Rockies in the National League West.
First breaking ball we've seen tonight, and it wasn't a good one. It was up. So they won't go back there very often, and he waited until he got to the pitcher before he threw it.
Good time to experiment with your breaking ball when it's your third pitch.
And now he's behind Clayton Kershaw, who hit 104 during the regular season.
Charlie Manuel said he never noticed a difference in Cole Hamels' demeanor this year compared to last. Every game he went out with the same mindset, competes every time he gets the ball.
But a trouble area for him has been in spots like this where the opposing pitcher with 2 outs gets on and then a big inning results. See if Hamels can escape that trouble here in this second inning. And look here, 3 balls and a strike.
Little frustration there though on the part of Hamels. Charlie Manuel, like you were saying, usually he's well composed out there, but they're screaming into his glove over that ball 3 to Clayton Kershaw.
And he walks the pitcher with 2 outs. Charlie Manuel told us before the game he's seen this 3 or 4 times with Hamels, and that's one reason why he was under 500 this year.
Yeah, just lack of concentration. You get to 2 outs and the number 9 hitter, it's the pitcher. You expect to have an easy out, and Hamels lost the strike, so now he's got to deal with the top of the order. Second time that Furcal has faced him. He hit a pretty good ball to left field in his first at bat.
Much different Rafael Furcal, the Dodgers say, this year as opposed to last year when he was battling a bad back. And a very hot September carried over into their first round series with the Cardinals. Furcal 6 out of 12 against St. Louis. 0 for 1 so far tonight.
Dodger hitters are going to discount the breaking ball totally. They're looking fastball changeup against Cole Hamels, and he's going to really have to hit his spots.
A cue shot. Ruiz pounces and makes a fine play to retire Rafael Furcal, but James Loney draws first blood for the Dodgers. A line drive over to right field puts him in front 1-0. by Budweiser. A line drive home run from James Loney leading off the second has the Dodgers in front now by a 1-0 score here in game one. In the Phillies' third, Pedro Feliz, their third baseman, will start things off. And Clayton Kershaw, at 21 years of age, out of Dallas, Texas, misses high and inside, ball one. I know, Buck, we were talking and getting ready for this NLCS about whether it was going to be Randy Wolf or it was going to be Clayton Kershaw starting for Los Angeles in game one, and you love this decision by Joe Torre.
Yeah, I sure did, for a couple of reasons. It gives Clayton Kershaw a lot of leeway. You start him in game one, he's comfortable in this spot. Randy Wolf, many people speculated, would get the draw in game one, but the rotation is set up. Had Kershaw started it in the second game, say Wolf gets beat, now he's got a lot of pressure of getting the series even. So I think this is a great move by Joe Torre.
1-2 pitch popped back by Pedro Feliz.
Also, Randy Wolf now has been pushed to the game number 4 starter. He opened up Citizens Bank Park, so he's not going to feel as much pressure pitching against the Phillies in that ballpark.
Popped up. Ronnie Belliard at the second base bag makes the catch. And there is out number 1 in our third inning. Aerial coverage tonight provided to you by Goodyear. New Fuel Max tires help you get there on less gas. Calculate your savings at GoodyearTires.com. That pop-up almost hit the blimp. Off the bat of Pedro Feliz. One away third inning for Carlos Ruiz, the catcher. Nine homers, 43 knocked in for Ruiz in the regular season. And that's launched back our way for a quick strike one.
Chip, you mentioned the impact of Brad Ausmus on the catcher. We got two very good game callers behind the plate, and Carlos Ruiz, who the Phillies pitchers really trust, and young Russell Martin, who's becoming one of those great game callers. And to me, Ronnie, and I don't know how you feel as a pitcher, but to me, all the game calling is to make the pitcher comfortable.
Well, I think what's hard for a lot of catchers when they come up through the system, they're offense first, defense second. And it's just the opposite for the major leagues. You need defense first, starting catcher, then offense.
Yeah, the Phillies have enough offense without the contributions of Ruiz in that lineup.
Well, the thing about Ruiz is that he is so athletic behind the plate. A lot of these Philly pitchers have those nasty sliders and changeup that end up in the dirt. He's able to make the plays.
And now 3 balls and a strike with the pitcher Cole Hamels waiting on deck.
That's the second slider there from Kershaw. Has not found the feel for that pitch yet.
But this is where you experiment. You experiment in the bottom of the order. Just see how it is and make sure you can use it in the meat of the order.
And ball 4 puts Ruiz aboard. That's the second Philly base runner in tonight's ball game as we take a look at Dodger Stadium, courtesy of the PlayStation game MLB 09 The Show.
Terrific pitcher's ballpark. It doesn't have any quirky bounces in the outfield like Citizens Bank Park, but boy, oh boy, pitchers fight to pitch in this ballpark.
Especially the night games, but it's still a little muggy here. The ball's traveling well so far early, and I'm sure it'll travel well tomorrow, day game.
Here's Cole Hamels, 7 sacrifices in regular season play. 148 average, did drive home 5 runners. And shows butt, and it's hard back to the mound. Kershaw will take the safe play, and he'll take care of Hamels. Runner at second now, 2 out.
Kershaw thought about second, but he slipped a little bit. It rained here all day yesterday. The infield a little bit damp. They took batting practice. Watch how he fields this ball. He's thinking about second because it's right back to the mound. But there, that left foot gives way on the wet turf.
Real veteran move by the youngster here. Kershaw, as soon as he slips, then he knows he can't make that play to second, takes the easy out at first base.
Yeah, when something goes wrong, don't try to do anything exceptional.
Kershaw, the youngest starter ever to pitch for Joe Torre in postseason play, and that came against his start against the Cardinals in round 1. And now the tying runner for the Phillies at second, and Jimmy Rollins is the Philly hitter. He popped up 2 pitches for Rollins, who, as Craig Sager told us before the game tonight, was going to try to be patient and wait out Clayton Kershaw tonight.
Although when he's in RBI situations, Jimmy Rollins wants to swing the bat. Might be different here in the second at bat.
Ball, 1 strike.
When the Dodgers faced the Phillies in the regular season, they held them to a 162 average with runners in scoring position. Charlie Manuel's got run producers up and down the order, but the Dodger pitchers really neutralized him in these situations.
And it's got to be a real concern for Charlie Manuel. We talked about the big 4 at the top of the show tonight. How Rollins, Victorino, Utley, and Howard will do against the Dodgers. 15 for 106 in regular season play at the plate. That's not much production.
Testimony to the great arms on the Dodgers pitching staff.
Broken bat, bouncing ball hit towards second. A lot of spin. The Yard sticks with it. And Kershaw pitches around a 1-out walk. He leads 1-0, middle of the 3rd inning at Dodger Stadium. The 2, 3, and 4 hitters coming up against Cole Hamels. And we'll start with Andre Ethier, then Manny Ramirez, and Matt Kemp. Ethier, who struggled this year against left-handed pitching during the regular season, slapped a clean single for the first Dodger hit of this series. Strike over the inside corner had Ethier fooled.
Inside changeup. Now that's something that Hamels started doing last year. He's always had a great changeup, but Jamie Moyer convinced him to use both sides of the plate with that changeup. And he can throw it inside and he can throw it outside. When you don't have a good breaking ball and your fastball changeup. You better be able to locate that changeup.
And with the first 2 pitches, he's certainly done that to Ethier. 2 strikes, nobody on or out. Ethier, a great pickup by Los Angeles after the 2005 season. Came over in a 3-player trade with the A's. The big ticket in that deal was Milton Bradley. And boy, has Ethier's power risen since 2006. From 11 home runs that year to 31 this season. And Hamels just missed upstairs.
You know, that's a pretty natural progression for a young hitter. Get your feet on the ground, take your base hits, and then you learn how to look for home run pitches. It's increased every year of his career.
And another off-speed pitch takes care of Andre Ethier. 1 up and 1 man down. Talk brought to you by Charles Schwab. Joining us tonight is Phillies pitching coach Rich Doobie. Rich, evaluate Cole Hamels so far tonight.
Well, he's got pretty good velocity. His arm's fresh. He's had some extra days off, which is always good this time of year. He's just missed a bad spot with Loney there for the home run, but composure-wise and arm-wise, he's doing fine.
What's Jay Happ and Joe Blanton do for you and the bullpen?
Well, Jay, we can do a lot of things. We can use him long. We can put him on left-handers. Joe, of course, we can use long. We can use him in the 7th inning. They're both very versatile and both very good competitors. So we feel real comfortable with both those guys back there.
Rich, talk about Chan Ho Park being added for this round of the playoffs.
Well, Chan Ho's done a lot of good work on his hamstring, and he's back pretty healthy and feeling good, and has had a couple of real good bullpen sessions. So we feel confident that he can go out there and pitch like he did out of the bullpen for us all year.
So our thanks to Rich Doobie. There's Chan Ho Park. And here's a 1-0 pitch to Manny Ramirez, who struck out swinging on one of those Cole Hamels changeups. An 8-pitch first inning at bat retired the Dodger left fielder.
Well, I think that's the key right there, Chip, is even though he struck out, he saw a lot of pitches from Hamels. That's going to help in his succeeding at bats.
That's a devastating changeup, and he really has great arm action, and everybody is aware that he's going to throw you a lot of changeups, but you get fastball arm action and changeup velocity.
He's backed that pitch up a couple of times to these Dodger hitters. Will he do it with 1 and 2 to Manny Ramirez?
Here again. I mean, that's a great changeup when you can throw back-to-back because you're changing up off your changeup. And even though the velocity is the same, the arm action is so good, you get funky swings. The true definition of a changeup is a change of pace. But when you throw it back-to-back, there's nothing to really gauge the fastball. Rich Doobie, the pitching coach, really amazed that Hamels can basically pitch with 2 pitches.
Fisted out of play foul. You think of players and pitchers, Ronnie, that have devastating changeups. Trevor Hoffman's name comes to mind immediately. He's a closing pitcher.
Well, the pitcher is going to pitch behind Cole Hamels tomorrow starting the game, Pedro Martinez.
Yeah.
Maybe one of the best right-handed changeups in the history of the game.
And what a treat that's going to be. Pedro Martinez pitching in game 2 for the Phillies against the Dodgers. Wow.
You can see Hamels was frustrated missing with that pitch. Pitchers work hard to get to a spot where they have one pitch in their mind. He was trying to go down and away with that 93-mile-an-hour fastball and missed.
But you see there, Buck, lots of signs, assortment of signs from Luis, even with no one on base here in these postseason moments.
Yeah, because there's so much video in the game now. Everybody watches video. It's easy to pick up signs, and from a catcher's perspective, if the other team is picking up your pitches, the responsibility is on the catcher.
2-2. Broken bat pop-up right side and playable for Chase Utley. At the edge of the outfield grass, Manny Ramirez is 0 for 2.
Well, Manny's still trying to hit the fastball with his body. He gets the foot down, but the body bails out on him. He's not using his hands to get the barrel to the baseball. The body gets involved, and that slows your bat down. The hands are quick, your body's not.
Also, that front hip is spinning out. When it spins out like that, it's very difficult to get to that fastball.
Good pitching by Hamels. Has Ramirez retired. Now Matt Kemp. And he's straightened up with a live fastball. Again, you heard Rich Doobie say Cole Hamels has a good heater tonight. That one at 92, but too tight.
It made him work so far, though, the 50 pitches.
What a moment for Matt Kemp against the Cardinals in the National League Division Series. That home run against Chris Carpenter.
Chris Carpenter hadn't given up a home run in his previous 10 starts in a regular season, and he jumped on a first pitch fastball and hit it out to center.
And that's over the screen foul. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And remember, Carpenter's one of those pitchers. He gets a lead. Sometimes he'll close it, even if it's only in the first inning. But he showed the Dodgers, even without Manny, like you said before, these young fellas can get their big hits also. And that was a huge hit for the Dodgers against their ace, Carpenter.
Amazing. The Dodgers won games started against them by Carpenter and Wainwright. And then took care of the Cardinals back in St. Louis to advance to this LCS against the defending champion Phillies. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Just getting better and better, Buck.
Same progression. As you get better and more comfortable, you earn the right to hit higher in the order, and then the RBIs jump.
A number back to Cole Hamels. He's got it and retires the side. 3 up, 3 down for the Dodger attack in the 3rd inning. On we go to the 4th. 1-0. Dodgers lead it. for the second time against lefty Clayton Kershaw. Victorino singled with one out in the first inning of play. And then after Chase Utley hit a deep fly ball to center field that was caught, Victorino was picked off, and in the ensuing rundown, after he was tagged out, Ron Darling, Victorino was chatting away with Russell Martin.
Well, chatting might be a word. I don't know. They were doing more than that, and they were just doing it there for about 2 straight minutes while Victorino was in the box. In fact, Clayton Kershaw had to step off the mound and wait for them to stop the arguing between Martin and Victorino. Victorino looking like he's doing most of the talking.
Yeah, pretty interesting that they established this relationship in the first game. But it brewed last year when Kuroda threw the ball over Victorino's head in the championship series.
At the knees. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The 21-year-old Clayton Kershaw has thrown strike 1 to 9 of the first 11 hitters he's faced. And a pop-up right side. Drifting back is Loney. He's got a beat on it. And Victorino is out number 1. It's Time to Talk, brought to you by Charles Schwab. Joining us tonight is Dodgers skipper Joe Torre. We asked Rich Doobie a moment ago about his starting pitcher. Evaluate Clayton Kershaw so far tonight.
Well, you never know what a 21-year-old is going to do, although I had a pretty good idea off of what's happening here in the last week or so. He threw a lot of strikes, and to me, I thought that was a pretty good indication that he had a good focus on the game. Even though there's a lot of distractions around him, it looks like he's down to business.
Joe, James Loney is a pretty cool customer. I'm sure you're not surprised that he put together a good at-bat.
He's cool as ice. I put him in the class with Bernie Williams personality-wise, and you know what a favorite he was of mine. But yeah, James is not bothered by anything. He was a little disturbed by how tough it was for him for about a 3-week period of time, but when he gets out and plays the game, he's about as relaxed as anybody.
Joe, when did your team realize it could win games even if Manny Ramirez didn't hit?
Right away. In fact, the night, Buck, the night that Manny missed his first game, we scored 6 runs in the first inning against Washington. Unfortunately, we lost the game. But, they had a pretty good sense of who they were, I believe, at spring training, because we didn't know for sure if Manny was coming. And then at the start of the season, we really didn't play around Manny. We played with Manny, and everybody seemed to be good on their own.
And Buck and Ron, that's a theme that Joe Torre really hammered home with his ball club when Manny Ramirez was suspended. He said to those young players, this is your team now. And re-emphasize the point you made, Buck. 51 times this year the Dodgers won a game when Manny Ramirez didn't play, or when Manny Ramirez played but didn't get a hit during the regular season. Remarkable growth by these homegrown Dodger youngsters.
After they won 95 games, and without Manny, they learned that they could win on their own. And even though he's 0 for 2 tonight, they are up 1-0.
But Ryan Howard in the batter's box with a 2-ball, 1-strike count. And the base is clear, the infield shift on, and there's that elevation we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, they found him upstairs. He's a dangerous low ball hitter. They're trying to ride that fastball up. He just got to lay off that borderline fastball.
He didn't go. Right side of the Dodger infield. Loney and Billiard thought Howard was struck out.
Well, this is a good fastball on the outside corner. You see the pitch tracks. Randy Marsh, the home plate umpire, one of the best in baseball.
Could have called the swing on that.
And Howard keeps this 4th inning at bat alive.
A totally different swing when that ball is down. He gets tremendous leverage. He can literally hit the ball out from foul pole to foul pole on anything down.
Ball 4. Howard with a 2-out walk.
The only reason you take that pitch is because you can't hit it. Great breaking ball. Right at the knees.
Well, it looked like a strike to me to the naked eye. Let's see what the pitch track says. Good pitch. Martin and Kershaw right about that pitch to Howard.
A 7-pitch at bat earns Howard a base on balls, and now Jason Worth hits.
He might have struck out twice in that at bat.
On the check swing, and on that ball over the outside corner at the knees, it would appear, via pitch tracks. Tying run aboard for the Phillies. Here's Worth. Great athlete, finally healthy, guys, and had a starring role for the Phillies. 36 homers and 99 runs batted in.
Well, he can do it all. He can steal bases, and he's made himself into one of the best right fielders in the National League.
Now, Russell Martin's got to go to the mound right now and talk to Clayton Kershaw, just getting back into the strike zone. He doesn't rely on locating his pitches. Rick Honeycutt, the pitching coach, loves his arm, loves his makeup, but they got to get him back in the strike zone.
Well, I think this will happen sometimes, Buck, to a young pitcher, that he makes his pitches, he's not rewarded for it, and it gets him out of sync just for a short amount of time. So look at Rick Honeycutt.
How hard is that for a kid like Kershaw? You were in this spot before in your younger days.
Well, I think what happens is you get angry. You get angry that you're not getting your pitch. You're saying to yourself, come on, Mr. Umpire, I got everything working tonight. And it frustrates you, but you can't let that affect the next pitch.
Swing and a line drive deep left. Manny Ramirez is back, and he's there. Ryan Howard left stranded at first. 1-0 Dodgers. TBS Hot Corner at MLB.com/TBS Hot Corner to sign up and watch live companion coverage of this game and every National League Championship Series game. Blake Loney and Belliard in the fourth. Blake popped to Chase Utley to end the Dodger first inning tonight. Blanco, longtime big league veteran, 36 years of age, out of Indianola, Iowa.
Many people talked about the addition of Manny Ramirez last year, but Larry Boa, the third base coach, said Casey Blake brought a different level of professionalism to this ball club. Prepared every day, ready to do anything to help the team win, and it really had a different impression in that locker room. Boa, of course, understands what it means to be a winner, and he's an intense guy, but he said truly that Casey Blake's addition to this ball club started the process of turning the team around.
Blake in last year's NLCS against the Phillies hit .263 with a homer and drove in 2 runs. And he went fishing and chased a pitch out of the strike zone. Third strikeout for Cole Hamels as again we check in with Craig Sager.
On June 23rd, 1973, Ron Cey, Bill Russell, Davey Lopes, and Steve Garvey played together in the Dodger infield for the first time. They were fixtures there for the next 8 seasons, the longest such stint in Major League Baseball history. Tonight, Cey, Russell, and Garvey threw out the ceremonial first pitch. They tried to get Davey Lopes to join them, but Lopes declined the invitation. He said, hey, if you guys want to have a reunion in the offseason, I'm in. But right now, I'm a Philadelphia Philly, and I'm not crossing that line. Chip?
What do you think of that, fellas?
I don't blame him one bit. You know, he played here for 10 seasons with those other 3 infielders, but Davey is he's an old-fashioned ball player. He wasn't going to go out there and participate in any kind of Dodger celebration.
1 ball, no strikes to James Loney. He's the only man to touch the plate so far tonight. A low line drive over the fence in right field for a solo home run. And now as the sun starts to dip below the horizon, the atmospheric conditions really change, guys, the way this ballpark plays.
Yeah, even the Worth ball, maybe an inning or 2 earlier, might have been out of the ballpark.
But it's a home run in the 2nd inning. That fastball just middle of the plate, not a lot on it. If you want to stay out of the happy zone for those left-handed hitters, you got to stay away from down and in.
Popped up. Center of the diamond, Chase Utley is under it. And there is your second out. 6 straight retired by Cole Hamels as we check in with Ernie Johnson back in our last studio. EJ? All right, Ernie, thank you very much. Ronnie Belliard is the batter for the Dodgers with the bases clear. And we want to wish Joe Buck and Tim McCarver and all the fine folks at Fox good luck as they carry the ALCS and on into the World Series. Their coverage will start tomorrow. And we will have Game 2 here in Los Angeles tomorrow afternoon. Then it's off to Citizens Bank Park for 2 for sure and maybe more.
Pretty good pitch down and away, but Randy Marsh has been consistent with what Cole Hamels thinks is a small strike zone.
Well, Clayton Kershaw had some of that small strike zone in the last half inning.
That'll help. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
I talk about Ronnie Belliard being a professional hitter. He just understands how to control his emotions. He got the big pinch hit on the final Saturday for the Dodgers against Colorado to put them ahead in that division clinching game.
And that ball fisted out towards second. And Chase Utley is there. 3 out, 3 down, 7 straight retired by Hamels. 5th inning rolls around. Still 1-0 Dodgers in front. a James Loney homer. Now it's the 5th inning, and Raul Ibanez is the batter, and another first pitch strike from young Clayton Kershaw.
Both of these starters have really gotten into a rhythm now. We're in the middle innings. Cole Hamels has certainly located his pitches very effectively, and Clayton Kershaw, for a little bit of a hiccup last inning, has gotten ahead again. Cole Hamels just doesn't waver.
But he needs some offensive help now with the lower portion of the Philly batting order up. And a line drive into left field will drop in front of Manny Ramirez. A leadoff single for Raul Ibanez. Phillies won 93 games this year, and here's how their season unfolded. 4 of their hitters finished with 30 or more home runs. That's the first time that's happened in Philly team history. Cliff Lee and Pedro Martinez were acquired to bolster the pitching staff. And despite the troubles of Brad Lidge, the Phillies won their 3rd straight Eastern Division title. That's the 2nd time in team history that's happened. 1976, 77, and 78, the first.
Danny Ozark's Phillies team with Larry Bowl playing shortstop for them at that time. But this Phillies run recently, certainly one that they can take an awful lot of pride in, but they're all about getting back to the World Series.
Well, in some ways, I think Charlie Manuel did a better job of managing this season than he did last year, when everything kind of went perfectly in the bullpen. Certainly didn't this season.
That's a little bit low to Pedro Feliz. A ball and a strike.
They had to move in Cliff Lee, of course, and so look at Sammy Palazzo with the signs. Moyer, the veteran, they had to move out. He won 12 games this year.
They had to deal with the injuries to Raul Ibanez. He missed almost a month. Jimmy Rollins had a June swoon. As that ball bounces up there, and Martin can't get it. And Ibanez will move up 90 feet. Let's see if Russell's all right.
The Phillies are terrific anticipating balls in the dirt, especially with Kershaw throwing that big breaking ball. Russell Martin tries to square up on this ball, but you see the trajectory way in front of home plate, and Ibanez read it perfectly. No matter how close it is to the catcher, he gets such a great break at first, he's going to take the extra 90 feet.
And the great part about it is that Ibanez, veteran, knows how to make that move, but also the first base coach, Davey Lopes, so great at reminding his players, expect one in the dirt.
Score that a wild pitch. Runner in scoring position. Nobody out this time for Feliz, who's ahead in the count. Ball 3.
Perlazo keeping a close eye on the middle infielders with Ibanez in scoring position.
Two on, nobody out. Third walk for Clayton Kershaw. Rick Honeycutt will visit the mound, and coming to TBS this November, put your hands together, America. George Lopez is bringing the party back to late night. Lopez tonight, weeknights at 11, 10 Central, starting November 9th only on TBS.
Veteran pitching coach Rick Honeycutt out to talk to Clayton Kershaw. Now, just a little reminder, Ronnie, about being aggressive. Don't try to be a strike thrower now. You're a power pitcher.
And I think what happens, Rick Honeycutt's got to remind him, when you're a young pitcher, you see what the score is. You know what the game, how it's being played. You see that Cole Hamels has got his good stuff. So you start to think a result. I need to win this game 1-0 instead of just think about facing that next batter, throwing the next pitch. Stay in the moment.
Literally pitch for pitch, batter for batter. Don't get ahead of yourself.
And a tough batter against the Dodgers is in the box for the Phillies. That's Carlos Ruiz. 8 for 14 in the regular season with a homer, 5 RBIs. And you do have Cole Hamels behind him in the Philadelphia batting order. So let's see what Kershaw and Ruiz have in store in this 1-0 5th inning game 1. One ball, no strikes. You know the Dodgers will trade Ibanez to third for a double play ball here if they can get it on the ground.
Can't get a double play ball if you don't throw a strike.
He's walked 3. He's allowed 2 hits. And again, revisiting what Craig said at the start of the game, Jimmy Rollins was hoping to be patient. Let's see if Ruiz can be ahead in the count 2-0. Fouled straight back.
The only reason he had the green light to swing there is because the pitcher's on deck. Take your shot, give him an opportunity to turn the bat loose. What good does it do to get the bases loaded with the pitcher hitting?
That people at home would be saying, well, that might have been ball 3, but it was close enough to hit. Give the hitter a chance to drive in some runs.
Yeah. Give him the green light, let him take advantage of a good count.
It's still in Ruiz's favor now. 2 balls and a strike. Driven down the left field line and deep and gone. The Phillies' secret weapon strikes again. Carlos Ruiz, a 3-run homer, and the Phillies have the lead.
Well, Kershaw lost with his command, and everything was up in the strike zone. 2 consecutive fastballs up. He missed the first one on the 2-0 count. He didn't miss that one on the 2-1 count.
Charlie Manuel, the manager, thinks like a hitter. He says, hey, 2-0 turning loose. I got the pitcher standing on deck.
And the Phillies, with 224 regular season home runs, hit their first in this series with their number 8 man, Carlos Ruiz, driving it into the many wood seats in left.
Yeah, the ability to swing 2-0 freed up Ruiz in his mind, and even though that ball was up out of the zone, he jumped all over it.
But sometimes what happens is if you miss a fastball 2-0 and you're a little late, then you speed up that bat for the 2-1 count, and certainly Ruiz did that.
Yeah, you can cheat to the fastball in that count because the pitcher's on deck and he doesn't want to walk you. He's coming at you. This guy gets big hits.
He does.
And Kershaw's really rattled. A single, a walk, a homer, now 3-0 to Cole Hamels.
Well, if you watch the tempo, and I'm sure Rick Honeycutt and Joe Torre are, the tempo of Kershaw has sped up the last couple of innings. When he gets in trouble, he can't wait to get that baseball and throw it back to the plate again, instead of taking his time with his delivery like he did earlier.
And he walks Hamels.
Finally, they're going to have to call to the bullpen, and Kershaw's in the 2 spot next inning, and that's why they were a little bit reluctant to go ahead and do that. But they've got enough arms down there and enough options in this situation. They can ill afford to fall much further behind here.
Patience and pop by this Philadelphia offense. Kershaw has 2 walks in the inning. As a runner at first, nobody out, now trails by a 3-1 score, and now you're looking at Rollins, Victorino, and Utley. 1 ball, no strikes.
Well, he's had a couple of visits from his catcher, a visit from his pitching coach, a visit now from the shortstop Rafael Furcal, as they're all doing, trying to delay, get the pitcher in the bullpen some time to get loose, but also trying to help this young man get through this inning.
Yeah, and again, just a little encouragement from the shortstop. Scott Elbert is loosening up. He was added to the Dodgers roster for this round. He was not on the Division Series roster. That gives him 3 left-handers in the bullpen. The breaking ball getting back into the at-bat.
Two balls and a strike. That one awfully close.
How long do you wait?
And this was a conversation we had with Joe Torre on the final Saturday of
this regular season. Joe Torre said, Buck, the 6th inning with the pitcher coming up is oftentimes the most difficult inning to manage because how long do you stick with your starting pitcher? Well, that dilemma has come 1 inning earlier.
Yeah,
in tonight's game 1.
In the postseason, obviously, you don't have the luxury to say, well, we'll make up the ground. You only got 7 games to deal with. And they have home field advantage, but that evaporates with a loss.
High hopper hit toward Casey Blake. He'll go to second. Close play. And that'll retire Cole Hamels for out number 1 in the 5th.
Well, this is what Ruiz saw out of the hand of Mr. Kershaw and into the Los Angeles night. You know, if history is any indicator, in the first game of the NLDS, Joe Torre did not wait very long with Randy Wolf when he was struggling. Went right to the bullpen.
Here's Victorino, and he takes called strike. Major League Baseball puts out a press release before the start of each one of these NLCS games. Real statistical oddity. The team with a home field advantage in the NLCS has lost the series in 5 of the last 7 years. As you guys mentioned, Phillies trying to wrest home field advantage right back after game 1 tonight.
Well, you think that would have been a good, big advantage for Joe Torre's team. They won their first 13 out of the gate here, 17 out of their first 20. But the Phillies are a great road team.
Yeah, they tied the Angels with the best road record, 48-33 on the road. That kind of negates the Dodgers record at home.
And you have home field advantage until you lose a game at home.
Now, Joe Torre's got a lot of experience in these situations. 14 straight years to the postseason. That's the run defense strategy. That's the signs that Russell Martin takes from Torre.
And long fly ball foul by Shane Victorino. 14 straight trips. You mentioned, Buck, for Joe Torre to the postseason. That ties him with Bobby Cox of the Braves for the most postseason appearances by a manager in baseball history. Torre with 83 postseason wins. That's most in history as well. But he's down by a couple of runs. And an 0-2 pitch swung on and missed. That bounces away from Martin. And Victorino is called out.
Now, Victorino is out because first base was occupied, and Jimmy Rollins moves up on the wild pitch. So Victorino chases a ball in the dirt. Russell Martin couldn't block it, and Jimmy Rollins moves into scoring position. Take a look at it. The swing on the breaking ball. Martin, instead of blocking it, tried to backhand it, and that allows Jimmy Rollins to take second. Victorino's out. Obviously, first base was occupied.
There are the men on the leaderboard for most managerial wins in Major League history.
You know what's interesting about that? Bobby Cox's last year will be at the end of next season. Joe Torre's contract is up at the end of next season. And Tony La Russa right now as we speak is talking about whether he's going to stay for another year in St. Louis.
Here's Chase Utley. That one pops away from Martin, and Rollins will move up to third.
We talk about good base runners. It doesn't really limit it to base stealers. Jimmy Rollins moves up on the ball in the dirt. The third wild pitch tonight, another curveball. Martin just never gets his body squared up in front of that ball in the dirt. And Rollins anticipates that breaking ball and moves up on the short wild pitch.
You make a great point, Buck. If you don't square up, it's just going to carry him away from you instead of staying in front.
Yeah, and that breaking ball will bounce back toward you, but you've got to get your chest protector perpendicular to the ball and smother it.
1-0 to Utley, who rifled a ball to straightaway center his first time up, and Ned Kemp tracked it down.
And right now, Clayton Kershaw is a little reluctant to throw a breaking ball with Rollins at third base.
Let's see if one comes here. 1-0. Check swing roller.
Did a pretty good job of throwing a good one there.
Well, he did. He made an adjustment, though. Instead of that big overhand curve, now he went to the slider with Rollins on third base.
And that's the pitch Joe Torre told us he's added this year.
You know what I haven't seen from him, though, against the right-handed hitters? He's never been able to get into his changeup, and that might have been a pitch that could have got him back, especially against Ruiz.
Kershaw working out of the set position with 2 outs, and Rollins at third base and Utley in the batter's box.
Well, Kershaw's had a couple balks this season. And I think when you have Rollins on third base and you're pitching out of the windup and you're a young pitcher, he's going to take a big run down that third base line, try to induce a balk, so he stops it by going in the stretch.
And Kershaw all over the place. 2 walks. 3 wild pitches in an inning. And that's the first time that has happened in League Championship Series history for the young Dodger left-hander. And how much longer will Joe Torre stick with Kershaw here? Dangerous pitch. 3 balls and a strike to Utley.
Still got a good fastball, but he hasn't been able to throw it in the strike zone.
Two.
Utley fouls one back there. It's no surprise that the count is 3-2. Among qualifiers this year, Kershaw had the highest percentage of full counts in the majors, almost 17.3%. Full counts lead to high pitch counts
and early exits.
And Utley coaxes ball 4. It's the 5th walk of the game. And 2 are on. And 2 are out. And Ryan Howard comes up.
Now Joe Torre talking with his bench coach, Bob Schaefer, about the possibilities here with first and third.
And you mentioned earlier, pitcher spot is due second in the 5th inning. He would love Kershaw to get out of this frame to avoid using either another bench player or a relief pitcher in the middle innings tonight. And his fate may rest with what Ryan Howard does in this at bat. He's the 8th Philly to hit in the inning. Ball 1.
Well, this is an interesting move by Joe Torre. It's almost like a grow up moment for Mr. Kershaw. See how he can handle the situation with 2 outs and Ryan Howard up.
It's a 2-run game. You get out of this inning and you're well within striking distance, and that shows you the confidence that Joe Torre has in Clayton Kershaw.
Driven into the right field corner, and that's big time trouble. Rollins scores. Utley around third. They're going to wave him. Here's the throw to the plate. Not in time. And Ryan Howard, like he did against the Rockies, hits a rocket into the right field corner, and it's 5-1 Philadelphia.
You just can't throw anything down to Ryan Howard. He wears it out. And they got that ball down, and that looked like a carbon copy of his hit in Colorado.
Really was down in middle of the plate. He got that a little off the end of the bat, so it kind of settled here in the right-hand corner. And by the time Ethier could get to it, watch Chase Utley, who was called one of the best base runners in baseball.
Makes a short path around the bases, turns to third base, and scores well ahead of the throw. But again, the big guy comes through for the Phillies. They got tremendous confidence in Ryan Howard getting big hits.
Romax tires help you get there on less gas. Calculate your savings at Goodyear Tires.com. Boy, what an inning for the Phillies. They've sent 8 to the plate so far. They have scored 5 times, 3 wild pitches, a new NLCS record for Clayton Kershaw, who walked 5 men in tonight's game. And all he can do is sit and ponder what could have been.
Yeah, tough start for a young pitcher, and just control let him down, and he bounced a couple of breaking balls. Don Mattingly with a little pat of encouragement on the back, and you can see his line. The 5 walks certainly led to his undoing here in this 5th inning.
In the postseason, especially when you're a young pitcher, it can all go wrong so quickly.
You made a great point about slowing the game down. It just got away from him, started to speed up, and he couldn't stop it in time to make quality pitches.
So 3 walks in the inning, 3 wild pitches in the inning. Ends the night for Clayton Kershaw. Now Ramon Troncoso will try to subdue Jason Worth and send this game into the bottom of the 5th inning. It's a 5-1 Phillies lead.
Well, Troncoso and Martin are going to go over some signs. Ramon Troncoso, in a year that the Dodger bullpen was used early and often, he did most of that work. 82 2/3 innings pitched. That was second in the National League to Milwaukee's Todd Coffey.
So Troncoso versus Worth. Ryan Howard with a ringing double plates a pair of Philadelphia runners. And with those 2 RBIs, he takes over the all-time Phillies postseason RBI lead, passing Mike Schmidt.
He's become a big run producer in key situations, as we have seen. Every time he gets an opportunity in this postseason, he's delivered.
And that's 5 straight games now in the postseason with an RBI.
Now, teams have horses, and Ryan Howard is one of them, and you can see his postseason record pretty impressive. And he came up, and obviously the ability to drive in runs, and everybody's going over him in their meetings. Everybody's trying to find weaknesses. They got the ball down, and that's in his wheelhouse.
A high fly ball off the bat of Jason Worth into shallow left for call. And Ramirez, it'll be Manny Ramirez. 2 very big weapons for the Phillies. Strike in the 5th. Carlos Ruiz, a 3-run homer. And then the not-so-secret weapon, Ryan Howard, with a double into the right field corner. A 5-run Philly 5th inning. 4-run advantage, facing Russell Martin, then the pitcher spot, and then Rafael Furcal in game 1. The Dodgers led this game 1-0 on a James Loney homer leading off the second. Only one base runner has reached since that point, as Hamels has set down 7 consecutive men and now has a big lead. A bullet foul past third. 1 ball, 2 strikes for Cole Hamels, who this year against the Dodgers has been awfully tough. Counting postseason play, Hamels has struck out 17 men in 20 innings and has allowed just 2 earned runs.
Pretty good fastball. Again, he's had a good fastball all night long, but what has really improved for him now, and obviously he's got the cushion of a 4-run lead, his location has improved. He's down in the strike zone more effectively. And you've got to give some of the credit to his catcher, Carlos Ruiz, who's continued to work with all of his pitches and really exaggerates the target to make sure Hamels has something to lock in on.
That's a liner down the left field line, and that's fair. So Russell Martin doubles to start the Dodger 5th.
Well, we talked about how evenly matched these two teams are, and I think we're about to see that. Russell Martin jumps on a fastball that worked its way out over the plate, and it hits fair on the warning track and bounces out of play. Extension as he gets that ball about middle, center cut out over the plate, and he drills it for a ground rule double.
And so Orlando Hudson now will bat with Martin at second and nobody out. Hudson had a terrific season for Los Angeles. It was a real find. Another one of those very late signings, this time by the Dodger club. They didn't ink him to a deal until late February this year.
Now Hudson hasn't pinch hit much, just 0 for 4 this regular season. Obviously a regular player most of his career, and it's a new role for him. The one thing about Cole Hamels, he has never allowed more than 2 runs to the Dodgers. I mean, that's a pretty good feeling for Charlie Manuel. He said that he knows he's got Cole Hamels and history in his favor.
Ripped back. Good cut by 31-year-old Orlando Hudson out of Darlington, South Carolina. A 1-year deal for the Dodgers. Started 143 of their 162 games this year at second base. Switch hits. That's right-handed, of course, against the left-hander, Cole Hamels. And went fishing and is retired for out number 1. 4th strikeout for Cole Hamels.
A little extra giddy up for Cole Hamels, but we mentioned how comfortable he is against the Dodgers. He has pitched well in this ballpark going back to his shutout early in the season. Southern California guy, Ronnie, as you mentioned, and he loves his atmosphere. It's a terrific pitcher's ballpark here at Dodger Stadium.
And arguably, he had his best start all season here when he had that 5-hitter in June.
That ball pushed up the first base line by Rafael Furcal. He's down a strike. That was June 4th, 2009, the only road shutout in the career of Cole Hamels. And tonight up 5-1 in game 1.
Now, Cole Hamels won all 3 series openers last year in the postseason. And there was some debate, is it Lee, is it Hamels, who do you go with? And Charlie Manuel never hesitated. He had Cole Hamels on his mind all throughout the process.
And how relieved are the Phillies that Hamels is pitching in this postseason, at least in this LCS, like he did last year. We mentioned earlier how much of a star-crossed start to the year it was for Cole Hamels, dating all the way back to spring training this year for the defending champions.
So remember, when you win the World Championship, you're going to have a short off season. And he got to spring training, and he hurt his elbow near the end of spring training. Then he had some problems with his shoulder, making that adjustment. Then he went out and got a start and turned his ankle in his first start. And then his next start, he got hit with a line drive in his throwing arm. So it was that kind of start for Hamels.
I saw him pitch a spring training game at the Carpenter Complex right at the end, and he looked pretty good, but then he got off to the bad start, and things kind of fell apart for him.
Base hit right field off the bat for Call. Martin will round third. He will slip and slide as Howard cuts the ball off. Larry Bowa put the stop sign up, and Martin had a very wide turn. As we mentioned, with all the rain the last couple of days here in Los Angeles, you can see the skid of Russell Martin in foul ground. He scrambled back safely with one out.
High fastball for Kyle, slaps through the right side. Larry Bowa, the third base coach, has tremendous respect for worst throwing arm. Short hop to Ryan Howard. Watch Chase Utley. Look at Utley come around the bag. Everybody has some place to be on defense, and Utley is right there in case Furcal goes too far. Russell Martin gets the stop sign and breaks with the slide. No reason to gamble when you're down by 4.
And now this crowd at Dodger Stadium gets into it, and you're getting into the middle of this Dodger attack with Ethier, Ramirez, and Kemp. And Andre Ethier, a man that Joe Torre has compared favorably with Paul O'Neill, up in a very big moment in this game. First and third, one out. Talk about a man sitting in the catbird seat with Manny Ramirez on deck. Andre Ethier ready to launch.
Now you can be pretty selective in this situation, knowing that you've got one of the all-time great postseason hitters on deck.
Ethier drove in 106 men. And takes high and tight, ball two. 2 balls and a strike. This was something that the Dodgers and Phillies both talked about before the start of this series, and that is the willingness of the Philadelphia pitchers to pitch inside to the Dodger hitters in last year's LCS.
Now, Charlie Manuel knows that you've got to keep the hitters uncomfortable, push them back from time to time. That's just part of pitching. Remember how crucial the walks were for Clayton Kershaw.
Crowd has seen a lot of magic here this season.
Fisted out towards short. Rollins to Utley. Took a little time, and he throws it into the dugout. The timing of that play was messed up with Rollins and Utley from the get-go. A run across to make it a 5-2 game.
Jimmy Rollins got the ball stuck in his webbing and disrupted the timing for Chase Utley. This double play combination has been working together a long time, but you see the hesitation. Utley was on the wrong foot when he threw the ball because he was thrown off into timing. The little hesitation by Jimmy Rollins causes the bad throw from Utley.
And Utley knew the timing was off. Hamels wanted that double play, of course, but he knew the timing was off, so rushed the throw.
So it's a fielder's choice and an RBI for Ethier. And Andre takes second on Utley's throwing error. It's a 5-2 game. And Manny Ramirez coming up with 2 men down in the 5th inning. Boy, would the Dodgers love to see Manny Ramirez launch his 29th postseason homer right here. The question is, how much will they give Manny to hit?
Well, with a 3-run lead, you have to pitch to him here. Kemp is too dangerous a hitter.
Well, Manny can't swing at balls. He's got to get his strike. He's been terrific in these situations. But you can't hit balls. He's got to get his strike in this at bat.
Dodger fans hoping lightning will strike again. Game 5, 6th inning of the 2008 NLCS. Manny Ramirez, a solo shot. That was the only run Cole Hamels allowed in that ball game. It was Manny's 2nd homer of the series, 4th of the postseason. And he's in the driver's seat now. Swing and a drive, left field, Wolf back. She is gone.
Changeup from Cole Hamels, and Manny's done this so many times. He knows how to treat these dramatic home runs. We got a ball game.
He's been behind the fastball all night. Caught a changeup in the strike zone. Inability to turn a double play by the Phillies cost Cole Hamels.
Lightning has struck at Dodger Stadium, 5-4. The Dodgers down a run.
Cole Hamels didn't trust what he saw in the first at-bats when he beat Manny with fastballs. He gave in to Manny by throwing him a changeup, and Manny hammered it.
I wouldn't have put it past Manny to be sitting on changeup that entire at-bat.
Watch the elevation of this pitch. It's down, but look at the extension. His head stays on the ball. He had to be looking for that pitch to hit it so well. It wasn't in a bad spot.
Remember all those pitches that Manny Ramirez saw in his first 2 at-bats? May have just paid off. Remember, Ronnie, you said that Manny looked like he was pulling off the ball in that first inning at-bat. Not so the case here in the 5th.
There's many hitters in this league that could hit that pitch for a single. There's very few hitters that could hit that pitch out for a 2-run home run.
Fisted towards second. Utley in a step off the infield grass. And that retires the side. The Dodgers are back in this game. Manny Ramirez hits his 29th postseason homer. It's a 1-run game, and we're back after the break. And now this CNN News Update presented by A 5-4 score heading to the 6th inning. And Ronald Belisario on for the Dodgers in relief of Ramon Troncoso. Raul Ibanez starts things off for the Phillies, and the 6'3", 237-pound right-hander jumps ahead in the count.
Now, this is where the Dodgers are supposed to have the advantage, in the bullpen. Troncoso got him out of last inning, and now Belisario's trying to put up a zero and get the hitters back to the plate.
Well, Belisario can throw 100 miles an hour, has great movement on that fastball. As you saw the first 2 pitches to Ibanez, 69 games this year, nice ratio, 64 strikeouts in those 70 2/3 innings.
That number of appearances for Belisario, the 4th most by a Dodger rookie in franchise history. And they used him so much that Belisario, who led the team with 43 appearances, had to go to the disabled list in early July. And a ground ball hit out toward Furcal at short. Throws on the wall. And 1 man out.
Now there's a little extra jump in the Dodgers' step right now after the Manny Ramirez 3-run homer. And it was huge to come back after the Phillies put up a 5 spot.
How many times, guys, have we talked during this postseason and during the regular season about the importance of a shutdown inning?
I said 3-run, of course. It was a 2-run home run.
But a 3-run frame makes it a 5-4 game with Pedro Feliz up. He walked and scored ahead of the Carlos Ruiz home run. That's chopped out towards second. Another throw on the run. This time from Belliard. Base is clear, 2 outs. And now Belisario 1 out away from that shutdown inning, this time out of the bullpen.
Well, he just has outstanding stuff. Me and Buck will be watching here on the monitor what sink he has on that fastball. That's why he's gotten the 2 ground balls so far.
Great late life just as it gets into the hitting zone.
He's out of Maracay, Venezuela. Dodgers got him as a free agent in January. And a pitching machine is Belisario. A quick strike to Ruiz, who's walked and hit a 3-run homer in the 5th inning. Out of a very long frame for Dodger starter Clayton Kershaw. And that one up the middle. Belliard to his right. 3 ground ball outs sends this game to the bottom of the 6th inning. Phillies up a run. Dodgers led by a run. Phillies came back, took a 5-1 lead. And then Manny Ramirez with a long homer has made it a one-run game heading to the bottom of the 6th inning for that man, Philly starter Cole Hamels.
This is his 7th career start against the Dodgers, including the postseason, and it's the first time he's given up more than 2 runs in a ball game.
He's allowed a couple of home runs, one to James Loney that provided the Dodgers that 1-0 lead. And Manny Ramirez, the big blow in the Dodgers' last at bat. Now it's Casey Blake, Loney, and Ronnie Belliard in the 6th. And Blake pops it to the right side. Ryan Howard near the Philly dugout takes a peek and has room for out number 1.
Well, this is where we'll see Charlie Manuel talks about Cole Hamels not losing it out there. He's still got a 1-run lead. He's still out there in the ball game. Really has been victimized by the long ball, not only in this game too, but his first start against the Rockies gave up a 2-run home run to Yorvit Torrealba.
And this is the question mark for the Phillies. Once you get through that starting rotation, who can finish out the game for Charlie Manuel? Jay Happ and Chad Derman, first 2 up and throwing.
Now, Happ obviously can give them some length because he has been in the starting rotation most of the season.
James Loney hit a line drive homer to lead off the Dodgers' 2nd. He hit only 1 of his 13 regular season home runs in this ballpark for Los Angeles this year. And now faces a 1-1 count.
Good changeup right there. This was the 2nd inning when Loney got it started. He got a fastball just kind of middle out over the plate, and he hammers it to the seats in right. He had just 4 home runs during the regular season against left-handed pitchers, and that obviously got the Dodgers off on the right foot against Cole Hamels.
Two balls, 2 strikes. First time Hamels has allowed 2 homers in a postseason game tonight. Now clings to a 5-4 lead. Loney's got 2 hits and represents the tying run.
Charlie Manuel looking at his lineup card, see where they're at in the lineup, and Loney's off to a great start in this league championship series. A home run and a base hit to the opposite field now. Stays on this ball and just keeps his head down. Doesn't look to do too much with the pitch away, just drives it into left field.
Keep in mind, Hamels' spot is due first when the Phillies come up in the 7th inning. Loney at first, 1 out for Belliard. And the throw to first where Loney stands. He's stolen 7 of 10 bases in the regular season for the Dodgers. Victorino plays Belliard a bit to pull out in center field. And then splits the plate for a called strike.
Well, just like Manny Ramirez, Ronnie Belliard is so adept at sitting on pitches, guessing with Cole Hamels. And that's why he's able to perform in tough situations. He's confident that he might get a changeup in this at bat at some point.
Got fastball, same spot as strike 1.
Well, that's the back and forth. This is in between pitching and hitting. That Cole Hamels counters with that good fastball up in the strike zone.
Tried to get him to chase again.
Problem with Belisari you have as a pitcher, he's a good bad ball hitter. So he can even throw a ball out of the strike zone. He'll get a piece of it.
Belliard hit .351 in 24 regular season games with the Dodgers and had 5 homers. And that just missed. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Hasn't thrown him a changeup yet. And you got to believe he's going to go back to it at some point. This would be the time, 2-2 count, when you throw nothing but fastballs. Hamels doesn't want to throw the changeup.
When you're out there and you've given up a couple home runs, you've given up some runs, you start to doubt yourself and what to throw.
Popped up down the right field line. Worth will give chase and will not have a play.
When you throw a good changeup and it gets knocked out of the ballpark for a 2-run home run, you become reluctant to throw it. Oftentimes you hear pitchers say, well, I made a mistake with it. He didn't make a mistake with it. He made a mistake with the selection. He had been beating Manny all night long with fastballs.
2-2. That's driven down the left field line, but pulled foul and out of play. Mentioned earlier, Belliard had that very big hit for Los Angeles October 3rd against the Rockies, a 7th inning pinch hit RBI single. That proved to be the game-winning hit in their 5-0 victory that clinched the division for the Dodgers. Belliard, who had been bothered by a sore groin in the final week of the season, now has a 2-2 count. Base hit. Nice at bat by Belliard. 2 on, 1 out.
Another high fastball, and Belliard gets on top of it and rips it through the hole into left field.
Not throwing a changeup that entire at bat. Finally, Belliard able to measure that fastball, which seems a little short right now here later in the game.
Same location, same pitch to a good hitter, and that generally results in a base hit.
That will do it for Cole Hamels. He departs with 2 runners on, 1 man out. The game on the base pass for the Dodgers, who are in the Philadelphia bullpen here in the 6th. We are back with you at Dodger Stadium. Los Angeles threatening here in the bottom of the 6th inning. 2 men on and 1 man out for Russell Martin, who will be at the plate in a moment. And Major League Baseball's reviving baseball in inner cities has given its 1 million plus participants a chance to play, learn, and grow. For more information, visit MLB.com/RBI.
Well, we saw frustration on the field when they did not turn the double play, and again, more frustration here from Cole Hamels. Couple of chances to have some shutdown innings, wasn't able to do it.
Yeah, he had a chance to get out of the inning in the 5th inning with a ground ball off the bat of Andre Ethier. The double play didn't get turned, and that led to an opportunity for Manny Ramirez to go deep.
Well, Chad Durbin, you see in this 59 games, the only number you don't like to see there from Chad, 47 walks in those 59 games. Been a valuable part of this Philadelphia bullpen for the last couple of seasons.
But some of his control problems related to a back issue, and he is healthy again, and he's got command and good sink.
But this, if anything, is the big question mark about this 09 version of the Phillies as opposed to last year. Their bullpen in the NLCS last season allowed 2 earned runs to the Dodgers in the entire series. And now Durbin in the 6th inning. Russell Martin pops it out of play, foul. Strike 1.
Well, Durbin's strength against the right-handed hitters. He has a good sinking fastball. Also has a very good cutting fastball that he throws to the right-handed hitters. If you try to pull it, that's how he gets his double plays.
Russell Martin has doubled and scored tonight. And the Phillies couldn't turn 2. He scored. 1 ball, 1 strike. And on May 14th, Russell Martin doubled off Chad Durbin. That gave the Dodgers a 4-3 lead, a game they later won 5-3 on an RBI double by Matt Kemp.
Ball was up, out over the plate, and Durbin's got to be down with that sinker.
Line drive, right field, caught by Worth. Throw back to second is off target. In fact, airmail. Jimmy Rollins at the bag. And Martin lines out for the second in this inning. Runners first and second, 2 outs, and Jim Thome, the former Philly, is coming up.
Well, nice hitting there by Martin. Hit that ball so sharply that it made its way all the way out to Worth. Loney on second base almost got caught, not freezing on that line drive, but the throw over the head of Rollins.
Charlie Mannion not hesitating whatsoever. He's got Jay Happ loose and ready, and now with Thome announced into the ball game, he's going to call upon his left-hander.
Durbin retires. Martin on a hard line drive to right. 2 on now, 2 out for Jay Happ. And he will oppose Jim Thome with 2 on, 2 out as the Phillies try to protect a 1-run lead in Game 6. Or in Game 1 in the 6th inning, I beg your pardon.
Well, Jay Happ was outstanding this season. Has a chance to be Rookie of the Year in the National League. You see relief and starting. Started 23 games this season. Had 3 complete games and a couple of shutouts.
and that rewarded with a trip to the bullpen for the postseason.
Well, he's going to be important throughout this series because of the potent left-handed bats in this Dodger lineup. And over the course of the summer, he really became a better pitcher in that he learned how to command the arm side fastball. He elevates the fastball. He can pitch up very effectively, and now he's going to have a big challenge with Jim Thome.
So how do you pitch Jim Thome?
Well, Jim Thome's one of those guys that you have to try to crowd him a little bit. He likes to get those arms extended. He can go both to left field and right field, as you can see, but the ball down is the one you have to stay away from with Thome.
18 for 82 career as a pinch hitter, a 220 average.
He takes the ball high, 1 ball, no strikes. And you mentioned earlier, with regards to Manny Ramirez, Charlie Manuel ought to know exactly how to pitch Jim Thome. They were together a long time in Cleveland and again in Philadelphia.
Yeah, there's an awful lot of Cleveland influence in this ball game. Manuel Thome and Manny Ramirez.
So can Jim Thome rekindle some Dodger Stadium pinch hit magic? Everyone remembers that shot by Kirk Gibson. Thome started the year with Chicago and the White Sox. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, you mentioned, Chip, that Charlie Manuel might have the book on these hitters. He's known them for such a long time, but he's not pitching. The guy out there is the one that's got to execute those pitches.
Yeah, he can give all the game plans he wants, but it's all about executing quality pitches.
Thome 564 major league home runs in regular season play. 2 balls and a strike. And now the lefty advantage is by the boards with a count of 3-1.
Well, all the pitchers have been frustrated in this game. They think a lot of their pitches are close. Could be strikes. That one just off the outside corners. Randy Marsh has a real strict strike zone.
The bases are loaded with 2 out. And now the quandary for Joe Torre is with Jim Thome at first. He's had a real bad left foot. Plantar fasciitis, he told us during the workout yesterday. He does not run very well at this stage in his career. But they've already used Orlando Hudson and now Thome off the bench.
Now he's made up his mind and he is calling down. He wants timeout. Yep, he's going to call timeout and see if they can't get a pinch runner in here in time. Boy, it took a long time to get the umpire's attention. And they're trying to think about the options. I think they're thinking about a pitcher now.
Yeah, and sometimes when you're trying to use a pitcher, sometimes they're not always on the bench, and that's what happened for Joe.
Well, not only on the bench, but if they are on the bench, they have tennis shoes on. Randy Wolf ran down the clubhouse to get his spikes on, I'm sure.
Well, in the postseason, you always have to have these spikes on. You never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, that's Rick Honeycutt. Now they're scrambling. Wolf's in there trying to lace up his shoes, and I bet his hands are shaking.
I personally don't think that the umpire should allow this delay. I mean, you don't have players ready. Play has to continue.
Torre and Honeycutt talking about the option. There's Randy Wolf, and now Wolfie's got to go inside and get his spikes on. Joe called him timeout. Now he's talking to Randy Marsh, and here comes Randy Wolf to pinch run for Thome.
Boy, this is a big break for the Dodgers. Allowing Wolf to pinch run for Jim Thome. And the long delay only adds to the anxiety for Jay Happ now with the bases loaded, 2 outs.
I'm surprised that Charlie Manuel didn't come out to have a talk with Randy Marsh to try to quicken up that decision by Joe Torre and the Dodgers.
Yeah, I don't know that there's much you can do about it. You're just making a change, and he just happened to change his shoes.
So for Paul, 1 for 3. Here are your Dodger runners. James Loney at third base. Ronnie Belliard at second. Randy Wolf is at first.
Trouble here. What he's got to do, if he's been watching the entire game, is that real small strike zone by Randy Marsh. You're going to have to throw a strike here. Let for a call, put the ball in play. Dangerous to get the 3-1.
Knapp started the year in the bullpen for the Phillies. And that one got Randy Marsh squarely behind the plate. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Furcal with a big swing and pulls his head off this pitch. He gets a good pitch to hit, but look how it comes off it. Really didn't stay down on it. That was a very hittable pitch.
The runners at second and third belong to Cole Hamels. Strikes. And now the Dodger runners will be off with the pitch. Ground ball toward Utley. He's got it. And the inning is over. Los Angeles loads the bases, but cannot break through. score and aerial coverage of this very exciting game provided to you by Goodyear. New Fuel Max tires help you get there on less gas. Calculate your savings at GoodyearTires.com. Wheels turning now as we head to the top of the 7th inning. Miguel Cairo to pinch hit. Hong-Chi Kuo is on to pitch for the Dodgers.
Well, the power pitchers are coming in. Belisario last inning. Kuo has 5 strikeouts in the 4 innings pitched in the NLDS against the Rockies. Here's a young man who's really persevered. 2 Tommy John surgeries on that left arm.
And that one misses high to Cairo. 1 ball, no strikes.
Another Philly that's a former Dodger, Miguel Cairo, signed with the Dodgers in 1991. Began his career in the Dominican Summer League.
And a little late, fouls it back to even the count.
Cairo's got postseason experience with the Cardinals and the Yankees.
A nasty breaking ball has Cairo behind in the count. Kuo out of Taiwan. Dodgers signed him as a free agent in June of 1999. He debuted with the big league club back in 2005.
Well, baseball has certainly become an international game. Hiroki Kuroda will start for the Dodgers in Game 3. Kuo being an important part of that left-handed bullpen for Joe Torre.
And fouled away by Cairo to stay alive here in the 7th.
Joe Torre, of course, had Hideki Matsui, great Japanese hitter in New York with the Yankees, and Matsui has enjoyed a terrific season this year. But baseball certainly looking far and wide for talent. There's Kuroda, who's been great in his rehab starts. Joe Torre wanted to get a look at him, flew to Arizona to watch him pitch.
How about that slider that takes care of Cairo? 1 up and 1 down. Back to Atlanta we go, and Ernie Johnson. Ernie Johnson is advocating people play hooky. Can you believe that?
And then he'll write a note for you.
Yes. Millions of people across the country. If you need your excuse, give Ernie a call back in the Atlanta studio. 1 out for Jimmy Rollins. You see his night so far. He has, however, scored a run. 3 wild pitches by Clayton Kershaw on that fateful 5th loomed large for the Phillies. That's the only inning they have scored runs in tonight's Game 1.
2 very good defensive teams showing some jitters in Game 1. Jimmy Rollins bobbled a potential double play ball that kept the inning alive and set up Manny Ramirez for the 2-run home run, and then the 3 wild pitches. Both these teams showing a little bit of jitters early on.
Three balls and a strike to a man that can really run, Jimmy Rollins. He's looking for a little 7th inning insurance with Victorino next, and then Chase Utley. And a ground ball up the middle for Call, dives and cannot come up. So Jimmy Rollins is aboard with 1 out. Let's see how creative Charlie Manuel and his offense will be.
You see Davey Lope standing right next to Jimmy Rollins. He's always going to help the base runners. Rollins sneaks one under the glove of Furcal with 1 out. Certainly got to keep your eye on him. Furcal still has great range, but he just didn't have enough time to get over in front of that ground.
If you want to know about the art of base stealing, you can do a whole lot worse than asking Davey Lopes about that. At the ripe old age of 40, Lopes stole 47 bags with the 1985 Cubs.
You see he's got that stopwatch in his hand, and what he uses that for is to time a pitcher's release time from the first move of the pitcher to the ball hitting the catcher's glove. That's the time he's looking for.
That's chopped toward Blake at third. He'll go to second. One bad throw. And a nice play by Belliard to keep the bag and force Jimmy Rollins. Maybe some more of those jitters you were talking about as Blake threw on the run.
Well, they knew they weren't going to get two on this play, so Belliard hung out and just played like a first baseman to get the lead runner. Philly's trying to get some insurance here. This is not going to be a double play ball. Blake makes a little bit of a wide throw, but Belliard had no intention whatsoever of making a pivot.
And in fact, the really good second basemen on that kind of play, they'll anticipate a bad throw.
So Victorino trades places with Jimmy Rollins. He's aboard for Chase Utley. Utley walked and scored ahead of a Ryan Howard double. Keep an eye on Utley. He is not afraid to lean into a pitch. He's been hit by a pitched ball 24 times in regular season, and he is right on top of the plate here in the seventh.
See that sign, the horn sign, throw over to first base. Joe Torre just trying to give Russell Martin a little bit of protection should Victorino take off. Martin's thrown out 31% of the runners. It's just a bit better than the major league average. He's looking in there now to get some help, whether or not they use the slide step to pitch out. One with a breaking ball here. Bigger lead for Victorino. But it doesn't make any difference if you get a bigger lead if you go back to first.
Yeah, has not been able to read the move of Quo yet. You know, we asked Charlie Manuel about managing Utley, and he said it was a privilege and an honor to manage Utley. He said Utley is as prepared and dedicated to the game as anyone he's ever managed.
And that speaks volumes. He talked about players he played with, players he's coached, and he included Kirby Puckett in that conversation, the late Kirby Puckett. That's high praise.
And said he plays with the intensity of Pete Rose. 1 ball, 1 strike as Utley steps out. Wicked pitch. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
There's asking Randy Marsh if it caught the outside corner.
Utley, one of the best hitters in the National League, in the game, and has a great sense of the strike zone.
Yeah. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Really, Buck tried to overthrow this one. That's why it stayed on the inside part of the plate.
Yeah, back up breaking ball. Got around it, didn't stay on top of it.
A blistering fastball takes care of Chase Utley. 7th inning stretch in Los Angeles. Ethier, Ramirez, and Kemp coming up. Well, folks, the Phillies said this was going to be an epic series. Game one is off to a terrific start. 5-4 is your score. And with our two Hollywood superstars, Buck Martinez and Ron Darling, Chip Carey back with you at Dodger Stadium. The rematch of the 08 LCS living up to the advanced billing so far.
Well, Chip, I just didn't know you rolled with Jay-Z and Beyonce. Very
my
nicely.
favorite.
Nicely done.
Love Jay-Z.
Well, the Phillies have showed what they can do with their power, of course. But it's nice to see the Dodgers, how resilient they are, especially here at Dodger Stadium.
Well, they've got a lot of confidence now. Joe Torre spoke about the confidence they gained last year when they swept the Cubs in the division series and then played the Phillies. And now they understand you got to take it a ratchet higher, take it another rung up the ladder. And they've got the confidence to do that. And they have the bullpen that allows them to come back late in the game.
And two very exciting offenses on display as well today. And here's how the game scoring started with James Loney hitting a liner in the second inning for a quick 1-0 Dodger lead. But in the fifth inning, it really came apart for Clayton Kershaw.
It sure did. He left a high fastball up to Carlos Ruiz, and he hit it out of the ballpark. And then once again, it's Ryan Howard with a big hit. Manny Ramirez hit the 2-0 changeup. That's a no-doubter. Little look into the Phillies dugout, and Manny is back. His 29th career postseason home run made it a one-run game.
I wonder if that look was for his old mentor, Charlie Manuel.
That's how you taught me, Charlie.
And now Antonio Bastardo is on to pitch the seventh inning with Ethier, Ramirez, and Kemp coming up. Bastardo, 5'11", 194 pounds. And this is outside to the Dodger right fielder. Bastardo began the year in Reading, then pitched at Lehigh Valley, and then 6 games with the Major League club, the Phillies.
He made his first Major League relief appearance October 3rd, and then had a big out getting Jason Giambi out in the division series with the bases loaded.
Lined out of play, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Yeah, the situation in the postseason, obviously, there are 3 starters down in the Phillies bullpen, and Blanton, Happ, who has already entered the game, and now Bastardo. But you got to make some adjustments, and Bastardo was down in instructional league before they recalled him for that final weekend of the regular season.
Line drive into the right field corner. Ethier has an extra base hit. A leadoff double in the Dodgers 7th.
Well, Bastardo on really just to try to retire Ethier, but leaves a breaking ball over the middle of the plate and rip down that right field line.
Well, we talked about the growth of Kemp and Ethier and how they now understand they are primetime players, and Ethier stepped up tonight. 2 base hits coming against left-handed pitching. He hit under 200 in the regular season, and he's got 2 big hits tonight. A leadoff double down by 1 run here in the 7th.
So Bastardo faces Ethier, does not retire him, allows a leadoff double, and the tying run in scoring position for the Dodgers with nobody out.
back.
As we join you from Dodger Stadium with Buck Martinez and Ron Darling, I'm Chip Carey. Let's see what Manny Ramirez has in store against former Dodger Chan-Ho Park.
Chan-Ho Park hasn't pitched since the 16th of September. He had a hamstring problem. He has just rejoined the team after going down to Clearwater and throwing down there to see how healthy he was. And obviously, they don't really know what they're going to get. He's kind of rusty.
They think they might just be able to get 2/3 or an inning out of Park. Remember, he started on the rotation for this Philadelphia Phillies team. Did not pitch well. Papa was in the bullpen, came out and pitched brilliantly. Park went into the bullpen, had one of his finest years.
Last time up, Manny Ramirez launched a changeup for a 2-run homer.
3 in a row, and there's nothing to change up off of. This just becomes a fastball that Manny Ramirez hammered at a 2-run home run to make it a 5-4 ball game. They had beaten Manny with fastballs in his first 2 at-bats, struck him out and got him to pop up to second, and then they went to the changeup, and he was all over it.
With runners in scoring position, most hitters' heartbeat goes up. Manny seems to just stay idle or go down.
So former Dodger Chan-Ho Park to face Manny Ramirez. Manny's home run went into the seats in left. Let's see what he has in mind here. As Park delivers a quick strike.
He says that's down. He had a good look at it. Told Randy Marsh he felt that ball was down. You've got to believe they're going to try to pound him inside with fastballs.
That's out of play to the right side, 0-2.
He knows it, but he can't get the head out. A little too much body still.
Chan-Ho Park with the Dodgers from 1994 through 2001, then went to Texas, San Diego, pitched with the New York Mets in 2007, back with the Dodgers last year, and now after a 3-3 year with the Phillies, ahead of Manny Ramirez, 0-2.
Danger again, though, Buck. Like Hamels with the 3 straight changeups, not changing any approach to Manny Ramirez. You know that he has a hole inside, but they continue to pound him in.
That ball bounced toward third, and Manny Ramirez is retired. He's unable to advance Andre Ethier as that ball looked like it got in on his hands.
Well, good hitting there by, not good pitching, sorry, by Chan-Ho Park, as he just stayed inside on Ramirez, got the first pitch strike, which is always the key. And then Manny with every succeeding pitch just a little bit late and then jammed on this simple ground ball. Good job by Park.
Good location. Remember, he hadn't pitched in a month. Pretty good execution of a game plan, and he got Manny to ground out weakly to third.
September 16th, the final appearance for Chan-Ho Park when he left the game with a hamstring. And that's bounced foul for a strike to Matt Kemp, who singled in his first of 3 trips to the plate tonight.
Talk about Ethier coming up big with his walk-off hits. Matt Kemp has been terrific in pressure situations, driving in runs. Larry Bowa trying to expand the lead at second. Get Ethier to take a bigger secondary lead. Bowa's breakdown of the outfield. He's keeping his eye on the outfielders right now. Victorino in center charges the ball very well, throws well, and is very accurate. Terrific thrower in right field in Jason Wirtz. Got a strong arm, throws on the money. Bowa knows that he's going to have the outfielders go laterally before he can really send Ethier home on a sharp base hit to the outfield.
And the middle infielders for the Philadelphia Phillies are not keeping Ethier close at all.
Back the left side of the Philly defensive lineup on the infield. Playing Kemp to pull. He's guarding the line. Rollins deep in the hole at shortstop. A lot of territory right back through the middle of the infield if Kemp can hit it there.
Ibanez, the left fielder, an average thrower, but he doesn't charge the ball as well as Victorino and Worth. All the things a third base coach has to deal with. He has to know, obviously, what the score is, where you are in the lineup, and depending on who the on-deck hitter is, whether or not you can gamble.
Dodgers left the bases loaded in the 6th. They have a runner at second, one out here as time called. Kemp works a full count. Last year in the NLCS, the Dodgers did not score a run from the 7th inning on against the Phillies. They'd like to change that here.
They have a different confidence level this year.
They said they're not going to wait around for Manny. Let's see if Kemp can pick him up.
Just a reminder, make sure you stop Ethier, keep an eye on him, but the focus is Kemp.
A 96-mile-an-hour fastball is the second out.
Well, this is something that Park's been able to do all season long. 73 strikeouts and 83 in the 3rd innings in the regular season. He's done a lot with that fastball up in the strike zone.
Yeah, that ball is past Kemp. He is beat with that fastball up in the zone. Borderline high strike, but with 2 strikes, you can't afford to take it.
So runner at second now, 2 outs. Remember, it's a leadoff double from Ethier. Manny Ramirez couldn't move him up 90 feet. Kemp strikes out. And that'll take a big at bat from Casey Blake if the Dodgers are to tie things up in the 7th inning of Game 1. And boy, does he look rested, doesn't he? Strike one.
Yeah, he sure does. He doesn't have any rust whatsoever. He's really made great pitches with his fastball, both the 2-seamer inside to Manny and the 4-seamer upstairs to Kemp. Well thrown.
Park began the year in the Phillies rotation. Jay Happ was in the pen. They reversed roles. And Happ may end up being the National League Rookie of the Year for this Philly club, and he's already appeared in tonight's ball game. Now it's Chan Ho Park with an even count, 2 outs.
Ethier needs to stretch out his secondary lead. A little more aggressive as the pitch is on its way. Park's got a couple of pitches to work with now. That was a great breaking ball down and away. LA just 2 for 9 with runners in scoring position tonight. They've reversed roles with the Phillies.
Well, sometimes an injury at the end of the year for a veteran pitcher gives him new life in that fastball. Park throwing 96 miles an hour tonight.
Closer in case he wouldn't have to shave tomorrow morning. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Elevating again with the 4-seam fastball, gets away from Park. Chan Ho Park has had the upper hand in this matchup. Blake 0 for 5 with 3 strikeouts. Again, you got to think he's going to the fastball up.
Ground ball hit towards second. Utley charges and makes the play. And Chan Ho Park picks up young Antonio Bastardo. Dodgers waste a leadoff double, and we're headed to the 8th. Go to the 8th inning. Still a 1-run Philadelphia lead as Ryan Howard, Jason Worth, and Raul Ibanez coming up against another one of those big Dodger acquisitions. That's left-hander George Sherrill. And Buck, you saw George pitch a lot with the Baltimore Orioles. What has he meant for Joe Torre's bullpen?
Well, it just gives him so much more depth. He can pitch to righties and lefties late in the game. He served as a very good setup guy for Jonathan Broxton. See his combined numbers, 72 games for the season. He was the closer for 2 years in Baltimore, and now he's become that setup guy. He doesn't throw hard, 88 miles an hour, but he closes his delivery very effectively. He's got a very short arm action in the back, and you can't pick up the baseball. He's dominated left-handed hitters over the last couple of seasons.
And a big lefty here is Ryan Howard, a clutch 2-run scoring double in the 5th inning, part of that 5-run Philly frame. Infield shift on with Ryan Howard. And it's interesting, Ronnie, to see who's on the first base side of the second base bag.
Well, they want to keep for a call, of course, their shortstop in his same position. So they're moving Blake to the right side part of the bag, playing up the middle, the third baseman.
And a leadoff walk in the 8th inning from George Sherrill, the pride of Memphis, Tennessee. As this battle of the bullpens has been just as good as the offensive side of the game.
Well, Chan Ho Park checking his pulse. Hey, I haven't played in a while, and that was pretty interesting. He got through it in fine shape.
Well, he's right. You can feel that heartbeat through your shirt sometimes.
Well, so far, the much maligned Phillies bullpen has held up.
It's been excellent, as has that of Los Angeles. With Jason Worth the batter. What a story George Sherrill has been, a former independent league player. From that to the All-Star game, and now in the league championship series for Los Angeles. He pumps over a strike to even the count to Jason Worth.
Pretty good pitch again. Hesitation from a pitcher. We've seen this all night long, both sides. As he tried to get this breaking ball to the back door, thought he'd made a pretty good pitch with it, and pitch tracks is just off the plate.
And now another 3-1 count coming to Jason Worth. Ryan Howard walked to start the 8th. Ibanez waiting on deck. Phillies would love a little insurance. They lead 5-4. And back-to-back walks in the 8th inning. 2-1, nobody out. And a visit coming from Rick Honeycutt. Coming to TNT this December, a story about life on the other side of the middle. Don't miss Ray Romano in the new series premiere of Men of a Certain Age, December 7th at 10, 9 Central, only on TNT.
Well, Buck, George Sherrill pitching in Baltimore for most of the season with a team that really wasn't in it in that American League East, gets traded over here to the Los Angeles Dodgers, thrown into the fire, and postseason play is like no other.
Yeah, your heart's pumping a little extra, and he's always been very good at throwing strikes, and he hasn't been able to throw strikes in this inning. Certainly encouraging the Phillies. They can add to that 1-run lead.
Remember, Clayton Kershaw walked 5 men in his starting assignment tonight. He also threw 3 wild pitches in 1 inning. And now Sherrill wild to start the 8th inning with Ibanez up 1 for 3 and a run score.
Yeah, the Dodgers have out hit the Phillies 9-5, but the walks were the difference.
And a high fly ball hammered right field and deep. Ethier back at the wall. It's out of here. Raul Ibanez with a 3-run rope makes it 8-4 Phillies.
Home run hitters in the lineup, but Ibanez against the left-hander gets a breaking ball that stayed on the inner half of the plate, and he hits a 3-run bomb.
Well, Sherrill, after those 2 walks, just throw like a get-me-over curveball, and Ibanez was ready for it. If you walk batters, these Philadelphia hitters, they will bludgeon you at some point.
It just encourages the offense so much because they can be very selective and really keyhole at the plate. Then they're looking for perfect pitches and hanging breaking balls, and that's what Ibanez got.
And you know, Raul Ibanez taking the place of Pat Pearl in left field for the Phillies, hoping he can do his part and help the Phillies earn a back-to-back championship.
Well, I tell you what, Ibanez, for people that aren't that familiar with him, he has so much respect around baseball by the players and coaches and managers. He is a professional hitter. He's a consistent player. Everything is the same day in and day out from Ibanez.
Fly ball hit to right field. Ethier is under it. And Pedro Feliz is the first out. 34 homers for Ibanez in the regular season.
What a nice adjustment on that breaking ball. It kind of rolled in there. Didn't have that sharp bite.
No, that's what happens when you're trying to find the strike zone and not throwing a pitch with conviction.
A couple of 3-run homers for the Philly offense tonight. One of them by Ibanez, the other by the man in the batter's box. That's Carlos Ruiz, the catcher. His 3-run shot in the 5th inning erased a 1-0 Dodger advantage.
The balance of this lineup is impressive. Hitting with the pitcher on deck and Kershaw having to throw a strike. He got the green light 2-0, swung at a high pitch, and then he was tuned up for that 2-1 fastball.
Grounded between Blake and Furcal. Ruiz has a 2-hit game and is aboard with 1 man down. And now it looks like Ben Francisco is going to come up and pinch hit.
Lots of moves and counter moves. Francisco came over with Cliff Lee from Cleveland.
And he bats with a man aboard and 1 man out. 3 in for the Phillies. Trying to take home field advantage right away from the Dodgers in game 1 tonight. Told you at the start of the broadcast, the Phillies with that vaunted offense, first in the National League in homers, first in runs scored. And you talk about big time contact damage. 2 3-run homers will do that for you. And a bunch of walks.
And the Phillies will do that. That's their MO.
Yep. Runner at first goes, got a big jump, but a soft fly ball into center field. Kemp is under, he's got it, and he'll throw back to first base. Close play and in time. Ruiz could not get back to the bag and avoid being doubled up. Fine throw by Matt Kemp. But 2 walks and a long home run pads the Philadelphia lead in game 1. It's an 8-4 score. series between the Phillies and Dodgers tomorrow here on TBS. Our coverage begins at 3:30 Eastern with TBS MLB on deck. Ernie Johnson and the boys in our Atlanta studios. And then a pitching treat, Pedro Martinez for Philadelphia, Vicente Padilla for the Dodgers.
Pretty interesting that Pedro will come back and make a postseason start here where it all started for him with the Dodgers. Ben Francisco takes over in left field. Ryan Madson comes in to start the 8th inning here.
Part of that power bullpen. You saw 79 games this season. Ryan, early in his career, they're thinking of making him a starter because he's got 3 outstanding pitches: fastball, change, and good overhand curveball.
But went to the bullpen full time at the major league level in 2007. In 38 games, went 2-2 that year with a save, 4-2 in 2008 with a save, but 10 saves this year when Brad Lidge struggled so mightily at the end of the ball game. And James Loney with a line drive into center field starts off the Dodger 8th. Boy, what a night for Loney. He's 3 for 4.
We're going to see some baseball in this series. Back and forth, back and forth. Charlie Manuel knows he's going to have to mix and match with his bullpen. And Loney, just like Ethier, having a great start to this National League Championship Series. His 3rd hit.
So a man aboard, nobody out for Ronnie Belliard. Belliard 1 for 3. Dodgers had 2 on in the first inning, could not score. They loaded the bases with 2 outs in the 6th, didn't score. Had a leadoff double in the 7th and did not score. And a ball to Belliard evens the count. 1 ball, 1 strike.
You can say all you want to say about this just being another game, but I think we have seen that it's anything but tonight. George Sherrill had trouble with the walk and then the 3-run home run.
Lined into center field. 2 straight hits. Belliard 2 for 4.
Charlie Manuel's middle relief was very good, but this end of the game relief has been a constant struggle and problem for Charlie.
Right out over the plate, middle for Ronnie Belliard, and he rips it right back over Madson's head.
$11 Dodger hits in this game, and the catcher Russell Martin is up. Pitcher's spot due next. Juan Pierre is in the on-deck circle.
Plate jumping around a little bit. I think managing's easy, huh?
That's why you're sitting up here, right?
Thank you.
1 ball, no strikes. Base hit left field. They're going to wave Loney. Here's the throw from Francisco. It's not in time. It's 8-5. 3 straight hits.
About the theme of this championship series is how both of these teams have grown up. And Russell Martin delivers a big hit. Larry Bowa very aggressive, running right in the face of Ben Francisco. This ball's hit right at the left fielder who came on as a pinch hitter, Francisco. Uncorks a strong throw, but Loney got a good break at second.
Well, I think Buck and Chip, the greatest compliment a team can pay their manager is that they play 27 outs hard, and both these teams do for their respective managers.
That's all you ask. Just play until it's over. You never know what's going to happen.
So a long meeting on the mound in this Dodger 8th. LA Club 42 comeback wins. Rich Doobie's chat is concluded. 2 on, nobody out for Juan Pierre. And if you want to talk about another Dodger hero this year, where would they have been had Juan Pierre not stepped up around the way he did when Manny Ramirez was out for 50 games?
Well, he was outstanding at 318, 21 stolen bases, 32 runs scored while Manny was under suspension.
He's buzzed inside. You know Pierre not afraid to bunt. You know Pierre has a ton of infield hits in his career. And with that in mind, Feliz in on the grass at third, and that opens up a lot of hitting angles for a guy like Pierre. But Madsen can't throw strikes. 2-0.
It's contagious. Juan Pierre, once Manny came back, became a premier pinch hitter, and over his last 25 pinch hits, went 12 for 21.
How important was Juan Pierre to his teammates, not just statistically, but Juan Pierre won the Roy Campanella Award, given annually to the Dodger player best exemplifying the spirit and leadership of the Hall of Fame catcher. Here's a guy that could start in a lot of places, but can't start here. And fouled away to even the count.
Yeah, and that award, the Roy Campanella Award, is voted on by the players. I mean, that's the highest praise you can get, that the players recognize how important you are to your team.
Here, the third pinch hitter used by Joe Torre in this game. Randall Hudson, Jim Thome, and now Pierre in the eighth. Broken bat roller to the mound. He'll go to second for 1, and that's it. That ball almost hit Pierre. What an awkward swing. The Phillies force Russell Martin at second, but have runners now at first and third.
Brian Madsen does a pretty good job of locating Chase Utley, because Jimmy Rollins had moved over near the bag, and Utley's got the coverage. See how close Rollins is. Boy, you turn around and you see 2 infielders, and you might throw it to the wrong one. But boy, does Pierre swing at a bad pitch, it gets sawed off.
Well, Madsen has an outstanding cutter. That was that pitch right there that sawed off Juan Pierre.
Rafael Furcal, lifetime 4 for 21 against Madsen. Runners at the corners in what's now a 3-run game. Three straight hits by the Dodgers to start the eighth. Ethier is on deck. Phillies bullpen is busy. One ball, one strike. Scott Air getting ready in a hurry.
Air started the 9th inning in the clinching game against the Rockies in Denver. Gave up a base hit to Todd Helton and then gave way to Brad Lidge, who saved it. It's interesting how patient hitters become when pitchers are battling their control, especially experienced hitters like Furcal.
Got pretty hot in Dodger Stadium.
Carlos Ruiz, this is one of the great things he does. He's almost a quarterback on this team. To a pitching staff that's gone up through a lot of ups, but some downs. He's been there the whole time.
Yeah, Rich Doobie, the pitching coach, is on the horn to the bullpen. He's got tremendous confidence in Carlos Ruiz's ability to get his pitchers through tough spots.
Another broken bat. This one by Furcal, and the count to him, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Now, you can speak to a pitcher's confidence when he looks in and gets a sign that he's already thinking about, and how you then just worry about execution.
It just helps with your tempo, but you don't have to stand out there, step off a lot, shaking your head a lot. Keeps you from being in between. You get conviction with the pitch that he calls. Lidge getting ready.
You just knew it was going to come down to Brad Lidge at the end of this game. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
See, Ruiz reminded Madsen to make sure he comes set and stop the runner at first base with 1 out. Gonna try to get a double play here. Furcal's tough to double up.
Moving with the pitch, and we'll do it again.
Well, the advantage of starting the runner creates a hole on the infield. Somebody's got to cover. That time it was the shortstop, Jimmy Rollins. Boa's got a message to the runner at third base. Tag on a fly, freeze on a line drive, and go on a grounder. That's it. Nothing more to think about.
And we'll do it again.
The only problem you have here is that Madsen's countering with fastballs and waiting for a call. Rollins is covering. That opens up that hole. If a call chooses to shoot one that way.
Francisco near the line in left. Victorino shading for call toward left in center field. Big gap in right center with another 3-2 pitch. Fly ball to right. Worth on the run is there. He'll make the catch. Belliard will tag and he will score. And it's a 2-run game, 8-6.
That ball came off the bat. Looked like it had a chance to get down in the gap. Furcal picks up the sac fly. It's a 2-run game.
And now Andre Ethier, a man that has been Mr. Walk-Off all year long with the flair for the dramatic. Not a walk-off situation for the Dodgers yet, but a long ball here would tie it in the bottom of the 8th.
Interesting numbers against Madsen, and Madsen has that great changeup. He can throw it at any time.
They play Ethier to pull in the Philly outfield. And Madsen had best be careful, for look who is lurking in the on-deck circle for the Dodgers.
As a manager, you always look over the on-deck circle and say, is he up again? Are all 9 guys hitting? Because it seems like every time I look over there, Manny's on deck.
And if you're wondering why you don't use air here against the left-handed hitting Andre Ethier, Ethier versus air, 3 hits, 6 at-bats, including a home run.
Plus then you're down to air against Ramirez or going to Lidge in the 8th. Managers have all these great ideas, but if players don't execute, you throw them down the drain.
Yeah, the best laid plans of mice and men. The Charlie Manuel in this 8th. 3 balls, no strikes.
Well, Charlie Manuel might be the only person here that's heartbeat hasn't gone up. He's watched this all season long.
Yeah. He said from day one of spring training the bullpen was a problem and an issue. And they've somehow made it through the first round of the playoffs. 3 balls and a strike.
It's the most unpredictable aspect of a team from year to year. Tampa Bay was a great example this year. They had a terrific season last year, played their way to the World Series. Last year, the Phillies bullpen nearly perfect, especially the closer. But probably because you have to rely on them so much during championship season, the next year they don't bounce back.
Pierre goes. Ground ball, base hit right field. Pierre on his way to third with 2 outs. 4 Dodger hits in the 8th inning. And here comes Manny Ramirez.
Big hole on the right side. Ryan Howard guarding against a double down the line. Pierre easily goes first to third. And Ethier's had a terrific night, setting the table once again for the big man.
Ethier with 3 hits, a run scored, and an RBI. And now the Dodgers hope for another long ball from Manny Ramirez. His last 3 postseasons, Manny Ramirez, 7 hits in 11 at-bats with 2 outs and runners in scoring position.
Fifth inning, Cole Hamels, 3 straight changeups. The 3rd one ends up in the seats. A 2-run home run for Manny Ramirez.
This at-bat starting like the at-bat against Channel Park. Madsen first pitch, fastball inside. Trying to crowd Manny.
Can he catch up in the 8th?
He's got to be patient enough to force Madsen to throw a strike. Don't swing at that ball running off the plate.
Play with fire in these situations, though, when a great hitter like Ramirez has a chance to beat you, and the way to get him out is inside. Fireworks can happen.
Let that one get out over the plate a little bit, but it was up.
This is what Joe Torre has talked about with Manny Ramirez. Sometimes he fights himself because he knows the responsibility of being a big-time run producer in this Dodger lineup. Can he stay under control in this 8th inning situation? He's behind in the count, a ball, 2 strikes. Feliz hugging the line at third.
Wow,
and it didn't stick.
Just got a piece of it. Ruiz couldn't hold on to the foul tip. Again, elevating the fastball. Borderline high and ever so close to a strikeout. Still a little bit late. That ball beating.
Broken bat roller left side. Feliz scoops and throws to first in time. And that retires the side. A shaky 8th inning for Ryan Madsen. 2 runs on 4 hits. And it's 8-6 as we go to the 9th. presented by Captain Morgan. Tonight, Ernie, Cal Ripken, Dennis Eckersley, and David Wells will bring you all the highlights from tonight's game. And, of course, post-game reaction from the lid lifter of our National League Championship Series. Juan Pierre takes over in left field for Manny Ramirez. Jonathan Broxton will pitch the top of the 9th inning, and he will face the top of the Phillies order.
Well, Broxton's been almost unhittable here at Dodger Stadium during the regular season this year. 45 innings pitched, 14 hits, and 73 strikeouts.
And you talk about a power arm. Broxton's got it. They clocked him at nearly 103 miles an hour with a pitched ball against the Padres this season. And Jimmy Rollins ahead in the count. Broxton is an enormous kid, 25 years of age, 6'4", 294 pounds. Born in Augusta, Georgia, lives in Waynesboro, Georgia. A second-round pick of the Dodgers back in 2002.
Big, powerful closer. Lots of confidence, trying to keep it a 2-run game here in the 9th.
Come on, Blue!
All the pitches ending up in the same spot, up and away. He's just rushing himself a little bit, and his arm's late.
Three balls and a strike to Jimmy Rollins.
Well, Craig Sager told us that his first at bat for Rollins, he was trying to work out a walk, be patient. Maybe his 5th at bat going to be just as patient.
8-6. And a fly ball hit to Pierre in left. Rollins is retired in the top of the 9th inning as we go back to Atlanta and Ernie Johnson. Okay, EJ, thank you very much. Here's Victorino. Shane tonight singled in the first inning. And it is 1-4-4 in tonight's ball game. Now Broxton starting to find the strike zone, gets ahead quickly 0-1.
Yeah, the relievers have had plenty of opportunities to work in this game. And Charlie Manuel's got one more that he's going to have to call on.
Right now, the fateful inning for Los Angeles is the 8th inning as far as the pitching is concerned. Back-to-back walks from George Sherrill, and then the Raul Ibanez 3-run homer. If those runs don't score, different ball game.
Broxton's the 10th reliever in this game, and just wonder if Charlie Manuel is going to start the inning with Brad Lidge. Matt Kemp's the leadoff batter in the bottom of the 9th. Good slider. Victorino just got a piece of it.
Broxton saved 36 games for Los Angeles this year. Saved 14 in 2008. As Ron mentioned, just unbelievably good numbers in this ballpark. Harkens back to the day when Eric Gagne came out and they'd flash the game over sign on the scoreboard when he was in for the 9th inning.
Broxton also had 7 wins to go along with those 36 saves.
Popped up right side. That's over the Phillies dugout and out of play. Victorino stays alive here in the 9th inning. Middle of the Dodger order due in the bottom of the 9th inning. Kemp, Blake, and Loney. And if it's Lidge, there are the numbers for that trio. 1 ball, 2 strikes. That slapped past short, and Victorino a 2-strike hit. So bookend singles for Victorino tonight has him aboard in front of Chase Utley, who's over 3 with a walk.
Short and sweet, gets you to the ball when the guy's throwing hard like Jonathan Broxton, and Victorino just slapped it through the left side of the diamond. You just got to believe that Victorino's going to try to read Broxton, see if he can't get himself into scoring position for Chase Utley.
Victorino in the regular season, 25 of 33 in steals. Measures off a good lead at first with 1 out. Now Martin wants to talk things over. 1 ball, no strikes. You see Broxton say, wow, he thought that pitch was good enough. And our aerial coverage provided to you by Goodyear. New Fuel Max tires help you get there on less gas. Calculate your savings at GoodyearTires.com. Pretty consistent, pretty tight strike zone behind the plate tonight by Randy Marsh in Game 1.
All night long, he's called a real tight strike zone. It's been consistent for both sides, and pitchers, more than hitters, obviously, have been complaining about it.
Yes, Sandy Alomar Sr., last coach with the New York Mets, always used to say, you can watch the game or you can observe the game. And shouldn't be any surprises as to what the strike zone is in the 9th inning tonight. And that one caught the corner. 1 ball, 1 strike. The decision for Charlie Manuel in the 9th will be Madsen or Lidge or maybe Joe Blanton, who he said would perhaps back up Lidge if need be in Game 1 tonight. Utley couldn't pull the trigger. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
You got to decide in a hurry when it's coming up there 96 to 100. Make a quick determination.
High fly ball hit lazily to left. 2 outs for Ryan Howard. A big double for Howard in the 5th inning, and a leadoff walk in the 8th. The 2 most important plate appearances for the Phillies first baseman tonight. And how important is Game 1? The winner of Game 1 of the NLCS has advanced to the World Series in 14 of the last 17 years. And the Phillies 3 outs away from wresting home field advantage right back from Los Angeles tonight. And here is the Howard double. Reminds you of a Rocky Mountain high, I guess.
Absolutely. This was another pitch that was down 94 miles an hour, but low. He drove it to the wall in right field to drive home 2 runs in that 5-run 5th inning.
1 ball, no strikes. Shift on again for the Dodgers defensively.
think what else was really impressive about the night for Howard, he worked a couple of walks off Kershaw and Quo, two left-handers, telling you that he's seeing the ball pretty well.
Tough to catch up to Broxton's fastball, though.
Listen, he's not the only one that has numbers like that against Broxton.
A ball into strike. Don't buckle high. 1 ball, 2 strikes now.
Yeah, breaking ball at 88.
Broxton still wants to keep Victorino close.
He hasn't shown any signs of running at all.
He hasn't. Broxton here has 2 ways he can go after that breaking pitch. He can bounce a breaking pitch or go up in the strike zone with that 95 plus.
He wants it up.
Runner goes. Swing and a miss. Broxton punches out Ryan Howard. We go to the bottom of the 9th inning. Who will close it for the Phillies?
He knew I was battling some injuries, battling some mechanical things, and I think he also really believed, as did I, that I was going to get back. So he kept going with me, and I'm trying to reward him for his belief in me.
So that answers the question: who's going to try to finish off Game 1 for Charlie Manuel? Brad Lidge is his closer tonight, and he's got to go right through the middle of the Dodger order, ahead by 2.
trying to pick up a save. He has 2 in the postseason in 2 opportunities.
Good start as he pumps over a quick strike one to Matt Kemp, who's 1 for 4 in tonight's game.
Well, you got to reward a pitcher who was last season one of the biggest reasons that you won the postseason. 41 for 41 during the regular season, 7 for 7 in the postseason. But this year has been less than perfect for him. Those 11 blown saves, 10 of them have come on the road.
But as a man who pitched in postseason play, Ronnie, is the playoff opportunity a clean slate for a guy like Brad Lidge?
Well, I think that he's got the talent, obviously. He's still got the pitches. It's just whether if he believes it, if he has the confidence that he had last season.
Line over, short of base hit. With 2 strikes, Kemp reaches, and the tying run potentially to the plate in the 9th.
Matt Kemp's second hit of the night. Ethier, Kemp, and Loney have 8 hits tonight.
Well,
big leadoff base hit for Matt Kemp.
Rollins almost made the play. But just a slider left in the middle of the plate by Brad Lidge. Base hit for the Dodgers.
Casey Blake is 0 for 4. He has yet to get the ball out of the infield. A flinch by Randy Marsh, but ball 1.
Lidge is throwing a cut fastball now, and the reason for that is to try to get dominant on the first base side of the plate.
With their NLDS Game 2 sudden death triumph against the Cardinals, the Dodgers have won 13 times in walk-off fashion this year. They had 12 walk-off games, which ranked 3rd in baseball behind the Yankees and the Florida Marlins. So don't count out the Dodgers yet. 1 ball, 1 strike. The Phillies bullpen is busy. Pop back toward us and overhead.
Blake chased a high fastball out of the zone upstairs, and Brad Lidge now in a position to throw that slider.
Sometimes as a hitter, Buck, you look for the pitch, and if you get it, sometimes you don't always look for it in the spot that you want it.
Yeah, just because you guess right on a pitch doesn't mean it's in a good spot to hit.
Hot shot toward Utley. Rollins for 1. On to first, a double play.
Double play combination didn't turn it one early in the game and set up Manny Ramirez's home run. This time they get it done. That was a cut fastball, one hopper right to Utley. Taylor made double play ball, and Jimmy Rollins makes quick work of it around the bag.
You tell me you don't need any luck in the postseason. That ball hit awfully hard by Blake. Nice turn by Jimmy Rollins and Utley.
So 2 for the price of 1 for Brad Lidge, and the final Dodger hope in the 9th inning is James Loney, who's 3 for 4 with a homer and 2 runs scored. Brad Lidge said in Colorado he felt he was back. Boy, what a huge lift this would be for him if he can nail down Game 1 tonight.
That's 90% of the battle. He believes he's back. So much of closing out games is all about your mindset. And when you start to believe you can do it again, that's when you get good results.
And he's 1 strike away from the Phillies taking the series lead. Loney just did stay alive.
After Brad Lidge closed out the division series in Colorado, Carlos Ruiz says that's the Brad Lidge we saw last year.
Gave up a leadoff rocket to Kemp. Blake, a double play, and now the 2-strike pitch buzzes James Loney inside. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
There's really no secret to Brad Lidge when he's pitching well. He's aggressive in the strike zone early in the count, and then he has an unhittable pitch late in the count.
When you have to swing at Brad Lidge's slider, that's when he's most effective.
Just missed the back door. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Loney trying to work the count to keep this game alive. Ronnie Belliard on deck. It's the toughest out in the game to get. The 27th. Full count.
If you're Loney down by 2 runs, you've got to believe you're going to get a fastball here. 3-2 count.
Base on balls. Again, the tying run potentially to the plate. That is only the 2nd walk issued by the Philly pitching staff in tonight's game. And here's Belliard. Belliard 2 for 4. Those 2 hits coming in the 6th and the 8th inning. He also scored one of the Dodgers' 6 runs tonight. They do not hold Loney from first. The Phillies allow Loney to take second. That takes away a potential force play at second. And now a hit means a run.
Yeah, and you see Davey Lopes reminding the outfielder there's no doubles. Don't let anything get over your head. As Belliard represents the tying run.
That ball had some snap to it, didn't it? 1 ball, 1 strike.
Now they've gotten Belliard to chase that high fastball. He's trying to convince himself to drive the ball up the middle, stay short and quick to the ball. Lidge had 10 blown saves on the road, 2 of them here in this ballpark.
High fly ball into shallow left center field. Drifting back is Jimmy Rollins, and he's got it. And Brad Lidge saves game 1. And the Philadelphia Phillies stun this Dodger Stadium crowd, winning game 1 by a final score of 8-6. What a ball game.
Back and forth, and the young Clayton Kershaw got the start, and the power of the Phillies led to his undoing. Carlos Ruiz with a 3-run home run early in the ballgame. Ryan Howard with another big hit, and the Philly bullpen did the job tonight over the Dodgers, who gave up the 3 runs late in the game.
Well, as far as the bullpen's concerned, they mixed and matched it all night long, and to get the save from Lidge in this first game of the NLCS, it's got to make the Philadelphia team feel awfully good.
They have wrested home field advantage away from the Los Angeles Dodgers, and tomorrow afternoon here on TBS try to take a 2-0 series lead. This National League Championship Series coverage on TBS has been presented by Budweiser. What a start here at Dodger Stadium. Philadelphia 8, Dodgers 6. Phillies have won 7 of their last 9 road postseason games. as we check in with Craig Sager.
Well, Brad, you saved the day, but Charlie Manuel, as he walked out here, said to me, oh, he had them all the way. Was it as nerve-wracking as some Philly fans watching at home might think?
Well, I mean, they're never easy, that's for sure. Obviously, the Dodgers have a great team. They've come from behind a lot this year, so you got to take every guy very seriously and give everybody your best stuff.
You know, as a closer, life can be ups and downs, as you know, more than anybody. I remember the first time you did a postseason, 2004 with Houston, you said you were so nervous going out there. With all that's happened, with the blown slaves on the road this year, how nervous were you when you shoot the mound?
You know, honestly, I'm really not. For some reason, this postseason, I felt really locked in. And, maybe it's a focus thing. Maybe it's also the fact that I felt really good mechanically and physically. But either way, I feel real comfortable out there right now. I feel like myself, and I know I can make pitches to get the job done. So I feel pretty comfortable right now.
You've gotten double plays before, but how big was that when you got Casey Blake into that 4.63?
That's huge. I mean, I'm not really a double play guy, so anytime I get one, I'll definitely take it. But, like I said, they're great hitters. They stay on the ball well, and fortunately, he hit it at Chase.
Thanks a lot for being with us. Raul Binez, obviously providing the margin of victory.
You got that suit later.
Okay, I'll do that. All right, 12th year in the league, first year in the National League. You come over here, get a career high in home runs, first All-Star game, and now the postseason for the first time since 2000. What was it like for you tonight?
It was great. It's unbelievable playing with these guys. We've got a great group of guys on this team, and a team that never quits. And, of course, you got the tough opponent, the Dodgers, and it was unbelievable. A lot of energy in the stands, a lot of fun.
You singled scoring that big fifth-run inning, but then you put the game out of reach, which proved to be the winning home run, the 3-run homer in the 8th. What happened in that pitch, and what were you looking for?
I was just trying not to do too much, trying to just stroke the ball, stroke a line drive, stroke a single, and fortunately, I got the ball in the air and it carried out of the park. You never feel like the game's out of the reach with that team over there. You got to stay after them, and Madsen and Lidge came in and did a nice job.
How nervous were you as a player with the 2-run lead when they got the man on base and having Brad Lidge out there knowing the problems he's had in this stadium, going back-to-back saves back in June?
Well, no, we have the utmost confidence in Brad Lidge. He's a dominant closer. He's been throwing the ball really well for us lately, and you have the utmost belief and confidence in him. And of course, we got the big double play there.
Thanks a lot for being with us. Back to you, Chip.
Okay, Craig, thank you very much. Phillies fans awfully happy they win 8-6 in Game 1. Boy, a lot of power, and they overcame young Clayton Kershaw. The calculated gamble by Joe Torre in the first game of the series didn't work out the way that the Dodgers had hoped.
Well, Kershaw looked very strong early, and I think things just sped up a little bit in that 5th inning. They put up the 5 runs, did the Philadelphia Phillies, and he kind of lost his control. Maybe a little bit of command, a little bit of composure there. But you have to put a lot of credit to the Philadelphia Phillies. That's what they do to starting pitchers. They wait them out, and then at some point they're going to get a big hit, and they got it tonight.
A lot of patience. Ryan Howard again, 2 RBIs, 8 in 5 postseason games this year. And the one thing, Brad Lidge, 3 for 3 in postseason save opportunities. Charlie Manuel did a great job with him.
And how important is Game 1? The winner of Game 1 advances to the World Series in 14 of the last 17 years. The Phillies do it tonight, winning on the road by a final of 8-6. We invite you to tune in tomorrow on TBS for Game 2 of the Phillies-Dodgers series. Our coverage begins at 3:30 Eastern Time with TBS MLB on deck. For Buck Martinez, Ron Darling, Craig Sager, and the rest of our crew, my name's Chip Carey saying goodnight from Los Angeles. TBS is your exclusive home for the National League Championship Series. Now stay tuned for Inside MLB presented by Captain Morgan. Remember to drink responsibly. We'll see you tomorrow afternoon. Good night, everybody.